we're having a steak party for the Simco chapter, Hell's Angels, and then Dean shows up. All of a sudden, his face drops, and he, he's not saying it quite. He says, "I'm going to shoot that guy tonight. I'm going to get him." Right? Dean was banging one of the girls he used to. It's not his fault. Like, I mean, like, excuse me, who's your boyfriend? Like,
Yeah.
So he was actually going to try to shoot Dean. He said it, and then then you can just tell that all these sneaky little moves. One guy passing it, and I'm telling another guy, "Hey, it's on, man. It's fucking on, right?" So we go to the trainer and we just come out and we just started blasting them. That was it. Unfortunately, he's in a wheelchair to this day. Nobody died from it, but we made our point. He crawled his way out of the boxing club, and then he made it out to the street, and he made it upstairs, and he was banging on people's door. He happened to bang on a friend of ours' door, and she phoned, "There's a guy bleeding, asking for help, the ambulance," and all this stuff. So we went over, and it was him. So he got shot again. I'm not going to say by who or not, but he's in a wheelchair he's like a paraplegic now and everything.
Frankie, we did all we could for the man.
Hey, Joe Buffalino here. I want to thank all the new followers, and especially Loomis for putting on this production. And there'll be more to be followed. So just stay tuned and everybody like it and subscribe.
And we are live with part 2, and we are on time because the mics are working, everything is working, and the man, the myth, the legend, Bobby Bright is back in the house, and I couldn't be more grateful. What's going on, Bobby?
Hey man, good to see you, brother.
Yeah. What's going on? I don't have a theme song, so I just I gotta still because I forgot. That's one thing that's another thing I gotta do now is
why like that clip of Joe, man, Joe Buffalino, man. Like good on you, man. Like wow, it's a testament to your character and your heart and soul, and you know what I mean.
We had last night though, man. We had a great time. We're talking about what's going, which avenue direction we want to go with the documentary. And I don't know, did you see the sneak peek of the part 2 today?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Now that was just like 3 minutes sneak peek of part 2. It's going to be in 6 parts though. But Joe was there when Joe Colombo was killed, and they all went up on the bus and stuff like that, and just all the other stuff that just crazy stuff. Just we got a very good thing going on. And if Joe, if you're watching, thank you very much. And this right here, Bobby, is what Rusto gave him right here, and his father. This one here, so you see on my shirt right there, the captain's pin.
Yep. Wow.
This is the main one though for the bosses. Check this one out.
Holy man. Wow.
Russ loved jewelry, so he had the diamond, the ruby, and the emerald though in there, right in the bottom, and that was the main one for the bosses.
Right on. Oh, that's beautiful, man.
And that's the one that Joe has now. And
what a good man he is, Joe. Like, wow.
Joe?
Yeah,
the best.
Yeah.
The best. The best. I mean, he's because I had a talk with him about certain things. I'm this genre is, and people say he's dude, give me a break. You
can tell he's a man of reason, and he's probably been through everything himself with all the sickle fans and those people lying in their books and stuff like that. He's got to put up with, you know what I mean? So.
I saw him angry no, he wasn't angry though, but he told me a story that him and Donna, his lady though, were at. And Joe, I'm sorry I had to tell this, but I guess they had to go to Walmart. And there was a guy. This was 2 weeks ago, and there's a guy like Donna has a bad what do you call it, ankle, so so she's like on the the drive though type thing, scooter thing, because her legs are screwed up because she broke her ankle, the bone broke in a weird way, and some guy pointed at her or whatever, and I go, oh, what'd you do, Joe? And like the way the way his eyes got, he
Yeah.
goes, I just told the guy, I will fucking take your heart out and you will see it before you fucking die. And I saw his eyes, dude, and I was just I was like, okay. And then I'm like, Joe, you're not telling me everything, are you? Like, meaning, like, because he wasn't. Like, Joe wasn't involved. He was not, doing anything bad or shady. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying, I was just like, wow. Like, I saw it in his eyes. Like, I was like, Jesus, this guy has, one left in him that
for sure.
If he gets
till
pissed off.
he dies, a man like that till he dies. It's just,
Oh yeah, but the way you're telling stories and the stories that he was just telling too, like about because they went to school together and like they were like high school almost sweethearts away, but then they ended up marrying and then others and then came back around full circle now, so it's cool. But like you remember, like they were just talking old stories and like I guess you got to do it with a guy and grab the guy's ears and put the guy's face on the telephone pole. How telephone poles are, and just with the guy's ears going up and down like that. I'm like, Jesus, it's like
right
I'm not going by. I mean, that was a different time. Like even my father even said in those days, you could do stuff like that. That was a different time.
Yeah, but there wasn't any crybabies. Everybody knew the rules.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nowadays everybody's wants to phone the cops on you or sue you or you know what I mean, or something, right? You know what I mean? Like this, like this generation, like they're all a bunch of, But anyway, yeah.
No, but he just I like. Is that me or is that you? Am I hearing an echo?
Sorry, man. Yeah. Sorry, man.
No, is it me? No,
that was me. Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
I know, but I also too have to make sure that I have the other stuff off.
Yeah.
But
their era was like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Yeah. Like, great time though last night though, man. Like I needed that though, and it was a blast because it's not all about going over there. This is what we're gonna do on the documentary. Joe's a friend. Like, how's your pops doing? How's your family doing?
He's a gentleman.
Yeah, total complete though gentleman, and but what I love about him though is he has like no filter. Like, he says what's on his fucking mind. Like he has no filter. Like,
the only way to do it.
Great. Yeah. Old school fucking. I love that generation. Like my fathers. And then when I get though to be there, because they're their age, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, like like that's it. I don't even want to think that. I want to stay here forever. I always want to at least look up to like a generation. When it's gonna be weird when like I'm the last generation like around. Not me like but our generation, whoever's like in their 40s now. Like once we hit up in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, or whatever, God willing, it's gonna be weird. But let's see who we have in the house though right now.
Like, I'm almost 60, and it's weird. I feel like an alien out here, man.
Well, that's why we have this though. So we always come on and look who's here though. Crafty One, man. Canadian Underworld News again. Thank you I love this guy.
Crafty, how you doing, brother?
Anyone watching the show, I'm telling you right now. I'm not going to say please because I don't need to beg because you'll understand. Watch this man's channel, Crafty, especially with learning about Canadian. I'm not going to say who I was just talking to on the phone, but I was just talking to someone who's a serious guy, and a biker. That was was a biker and stuff like that, and he's in a main one, and but he's like changed his life. He's doing different things now and stuff, and I asked him about Canada and stuff like that. He's like, because he's like, he's like, I'll come on a show if you have another guy to come on a show. I'm like, well, this Bobby guy would be perfect. And this, that. He's like, I got to get more well versed though on Canada, before like coming on.
Yeah.
But
all you have to do is watch Crafty show, man.
That's what I was just gonna say. So you know who I'm talking about. If I'm not gonna say his name, who I was just on the phone with.
Yeah.
You happen to be watching. That's the channel right there. But so you get very well versed, And we got. Oh, thank you very much, William Cosgrove. William became,
I'll tell you a story.
Well, no, he became a member, though. I have to really thank him. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel.
You know what? I got arrested. The cops are looking for him, and because we resemble each other, and they come to the 650 Club doing karaoke with the kids and the wife and everything, and they come in hard. They drag me out of there, right? So time I got to the police station, he's in there, so I'm walking, and then we both got each other, right? But it was him.
William?
Hey, I'm telling the guy, you got the wrong guy. You know what I mean, right?
So William's what William.
Yeah, man. I haven't seen him in a right.
Well, no, I'm honored though, because see how it's lit up green there? That means though that he became a member though.
I see. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
William, that's great that you did that, because I'm actually gonna put some, because I have a lot of even 5-10 minute though type videos for members where members could actually watch. So, and I think Wyatt Earp is a member. You're a member, Bobby. Thank you very much for you being a member. William, thank you so much for being a member. And it's not about the money. And I'm telling everyone right now, I don't do it where it's 5, 10, or 15. I think it's the cheapest one is $5. Don't go any higher than that. I never ask for money. I just ask for your time and sometimes a like and subscribe. But William, thank you very much. I love these guys, new people that have been coming along in the chats over from Canada. Your people, Bobby.
They're great people. I have Annette Woods. They're from UK. Tracy. I'm
gonna bring them all up. Yeah, I'm gonna bring them all in. DJ, what's up? Salute to you, my man. Dylan Gates, what's going on?
Hey, Dylan, how you doing, brother?
I read the live chat of our last episode, and you had some hysterical comments in there, Dylan. And what was I going to say?
Yeah. How do I see the comments? I hardly see the comment. How do I see them? Because I'm missing all that.
You swipe over. You have to swipe over. There's I'll show you after when we're backstage.
Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought that. Oh, okay. I take 20 words a minute. You know what I mean on the computer. So.
Yeah, but
okay, I got it.
I don't know if at first though, because you were just going like this, or maybe he thought it was me or whatever. No, but he was his first thing was can you please tell how much cocaine you've done in one night?
That's why that question came up. No, it's just nerves, man. I never been in the spotlight. He
might have thought it was me, to be honest. No, he knows it was me.
No, this is I never been in the spotlight like this, and it's just nerves, man.
You want to hear something that's weird, everyone? Bobby's done some serious things in his day. And I talk to people who've done some serious things in their day. And by serious, you know what I'm talking about.
So it's William. William's no.
Yeah. So
I bet
my
you
point being is, but Mel Gibson's right. Public, speaking. When I was watching the public humiliation, or being on you could be the toughest son of a bitch, but this is tough doing this type of stuff. No matter.
It is I've been going through all look at this, but I'm trying to because when I'm talking. And I'm so nervous. I'm skipping timelines. I'm skipping you know what I mean, right? Got my rap sheet, it's just
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, keep it rocking.
Yeah,
Look at this, my man. Same with me too.
Yeah.
But I have to start getting everything charted though. But this is all.
There you go, man. And the thing is. I dropped that on the floor once, so they're not all in order the way I had them, right? So it's
that's more like rough draft and the treatment on top. But what sucks though is with documentaries though, you can't write out a script. You could write a treatment and you could write the direction and the story that you want to tell. But when you interview someone, right, you can't do it till everyone's interviewed, because after they're interviewed, you're going to be changing some things. Because one guy you interview, if I have written down there, all right, I want to film Main Street in Pittston, but then this other guy brings up a church in Pittston or whatever, then I'm like, oh, I got to go get B-roll in there. So when you're doing documentary scripts are completely different than movie scripts. I know yours is book. I'm talking like mine's film, but they are it's so hard. I with the Whitey project when I first tried starting, I was like, I'm like, how the hell am I going to write this? I didn't interview anybody. How do you write a documentary? And then finally, I talked to a guy, a very well-known documentarian, if you want to call it that, and so who said, you don't write. He goes, you write a treatment, you write your plans for it, interview, and I, not to sound cold, but he's like, when you do your documentary, immediately interview everyone. I'm like, what do you mean immediately interview everyone? Right? I thought he meant because so then I could write a script. He's like, no, because they might die. And like, he was just serious, like stone cold. And I was like, all right, like, I don't think like that. But with the project I'm doing, though, like, I don't even nearly want to think like that, because the people who are involved are like, but he was just being real. He's like, when I did the Yankee one, he's like, I wish that Reggie Jackson, though, was still, right, and I just missed him and stuff like that. And like, I could have had him on, and like, and Yogi Bear, and like, and people that he could have had on. So it makes sense in the business aspect, but I don't know.
I'm learning it. I'm learning how the public companies are acting,
Let's say hello to everyone real quick, Bobby. Has it just started? Yes, it has, Annette. Yes, it has. And thank you for being here.
She's a beautiful lady, Annette.
Annette's great, man. She has some great questions too, and I really appreciate her from the other night. And
I missed all
whatever
that.
up, bro. Dave Lopez, what's going on?
How you doing, Dave? How you doing, Dave Lopez? Right on.
Great friend who actually texts and just checks in. Hey, how's Pops? Hey, Bobby. Hey, Loomis. Hey, everyone.
Hi, Tracy. Yeah, thanks,
Bobby, you're like turning into like the new co-host over here, my man. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. But yeah, Bobby's great. Bobby's I do some shows last night on Dylan Gates. How about when I called the gentleman? Did you see last night's show, Bob?
Yeah. Remember I commented? Yeah, and then I had to go. Yeah. Remember?
No. But did you see the whole show when I actually called the guy?
No, I didn't. No, I missed
it. God, I don't even think no one even knows about that.
Yeah,
it was someone from over at Angel Gotti's show, and no disrespect to Angel Gotti, I have respect for Angel Gotti.
I ordered some food at the door, so I had to go.
Yep, food, all right.
That was a good pizza. Yeah.
Some good poutine pie, right?
No.
Hey, Dylan, how are you? Hey, Kathy, let's see. Majorly depressed. Well, hopefully, man, we can break you out of that, pal.
I have some funny stories for you, Dylan.
Yeah. We'll get him laughing.
Yeah.
Frank is here, and Frank, last night I told everyone to say prayers, so Frank is here. He had surgery today. God bless you, Frank.
Yeah. Right on.
God bless you, my man. I was thinking about you today all day, and here you are, and you were on last night as well. Thank you very much. Hey, Annette. Frank Ferrari, there he is again. Frank, I see you, my man. I'm so happy that you're in post-op now, or you're probably in your hot dog. You're probably in the room they put you in. You're out of post-op by now, I bet. But thanks for watching, and I'm just so happy that the surgery went well. The reason why I'm saying that, Bobby, is because he emailed me I think right before the show, and I know everything went well. So that's why I'm saying that.
Frankie. Right on, bud.
Went well. And then Annette, Tracy, Frank KX, hey, are you hon? Dylan Gates, grazie, though, Tracy. Hey, Dylan, just think of this. If you were depressed and bored out or whatever, but now at least, there's people here that, talk to and have fun and laugh, So we all go through it, my man. Bobby, cool cat. Absolutely. Frank is doing okay. Yeah,
right on,
Bobby's the man.
Thank you, Tracy.
LOL.
Yeah.
Oh, you were fried that last night? Yeah. You were laughing. If you saw it, maybe I'll pull it up. I'll show you, but I have to show you
Yeah.
because you're going to lose
Definitely.
it.
Yeah.
Listen, this is like part 2, but Bobby's also like, Bobby's going to be coming on a lot. And like, we're like, coming on because I wanted to jump on, do some lives and stuff. And, he doesn't mind coming on and, just sometimes we're going to have laid back fun lives with the chat and stuff. But today's episode is going to be, he's going to tell some stories and all of that. But, Bobby, I didn't want you to think that
No, I basically just told the 80s. Now when I get into the 90s,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
even a little bit more wilder, if you can believe that.
Well, well, actually, I couldn't believe it, but it would have to, with you, but I can. Yes, Tracy. And then, so, all right. So, yeah, everyone know that's in the chat. Thank you so much. Anyone who's not, feel free to join in and please like, subscribe, and Bob. So I just want to give you though a little just show you though before we get into this because I think you'll get a kick out of it. What happened?
Okay.
So, I didn't know what was going on, and geez, they were so like they call it mob tube and stuff like that, and they I'm looking it up now. They like QVC, like when they're trying to sell something.
Right.
So this guy, hold on, let me go to StreamYard. Let me go back to you. I just want to show you and oh, and I think this. I'm trying to also break Dylan out of the depression because I know it'll help him a little bit because it's pretty funny. But yeah, so I decided though after I got home from Joe's last night, I was like, I'm gonna do a live. Let's do it. Anything goes. By the way, don't copyright me. This is called the Loomis Show. This is my channel, so I believe I'm allowed to share it. Well, okay, here it is. Wait, ready?
Yep.
All right, 1 second. What is going on? How you doing, my man? Love the pup and the pick. Love the pick and I love that dog. I love the dog and the pick, my man. Yes, they named Jim Terry, who I have no idea who he is, but I'm gonna just see where he starts talking. Seems like pretty much right away. We'll put that right there. Now when I go to StreamYard, oops. All right. So
Good. What are we doing this evening?
You know what? I got a massive feedback here. Hold on 1 second. Let me get everything in the right frame of mind here. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. We've got a huge program tonight. If you are just joining us for the first time, if you have not seen Angel's program, my name is Jim Terry. I'm from Jim Terry TV, and you are watching a pre-show for a Plus channel that was absolutely mind-blowing tonight.
okay, so he's definitely I'm just I don't like to assume nothing though, but snake oil snake oil salesman vibe right now. He's trying to convince everyone it's gonna be mind blowing, so you better deliver, right away. I don't like my voice, so I'm not someone to talk on anyone else's voice though, but this guy kind of he already gives me a little bit of that vibe of how to catch a predator, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's see what he's about. Anything goes. Move it up a bit. You're watching Angel Gotti.
Today, Marla, with a very special guest, somebody I am excited to hear about, and much, much more. Now, in order to see her show following this program, you have to be a member. You have got to be a member of the Angel Gotti channel. It's $4.99. You can't get a Starbucks for $4.99 these days, but you can get 1 month. 1 month of one of the most incredible programs you'll see anywhere on YouTube. And
Her
in the
voice alone would
in anything in this.
All right, you can hear me, Bobby, right?
Yes, I can.
All right, so just to give a little bit of substance, a lot of people in the chat were saying like this guy, blah blah blah. Like now he's like, all right, like like talking. I had to find out though about him, right? So hold on, and then he gave his he was telling them about I even I'm straight up. I give the number and all that. So here we go. And then he hung up on me. Wait, hold on. You're scaring me. I shouldn't have both. Me. Here we go.
He's as scary as a glass of milk.
3 years.
No, watch though. Ready?
And she says, well, how do I do this? If you've been months, I was.
Everyone didn't think I was gonna actually call him. Once I'm gonna call him again.
Yeah, he's as scary as a glass of milk. Eh?
But I'm trying to be serious here.
Please leave your message for 81399.
Ready, Raj? I'll leave a voicemail. He's probably got loads of ringing to terror.
Hello.
Hey, is this the man that was on Angel Gotti's show?
Yeah, the same guy.
Oh man, man. My name is Eric, and you are just unbelievable. And I had a call, and where did you come from? I'm so happy that you're in this genre.
Well, I don't know that I'm in the genre. I actually come from a Roku cable channel and a website called JimTerryTV.com, which is our own show. But I worked my way over there and was up there, and I saw she was going through some of the same thing. But no, I'm not from that genre at all.
Oh, okay. So then what am I watching though? Because I'm watching this and I'm like, this guy's got the voice. This guy's got I mean, you're just like unbelievable. So.
Well, I appreciate it. I think you're being overly kind, but I came up on the show one time just by chance. I didn't really know anybody over there. I saw that she was going through some of the same things that I go through with some of the fucking haters. And I just started giving her advice, and it kept growing and growing. I've been on her channel now for about 2.5 to 3 weeks, maybe almost a month off and on. And then they called me behind the scenes. Not called me, but I talked to them behind the scenes. I said, here's what you got to do. And I said, here's how I did it. I was tossed off of YouTube after about 11 months. I was very successful. And, here's how you deal with these fucking haters. And here's how you grow your channel. Go behind the paywall. And they took some of the advice. And I said, well, let's do a pre-show.
Well, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? Because and I'm not even gonna lie to you, because mental health's a real thing out there in the world.
Yeah.
What do you do with haters? Because they're tough though to get through. Like how do you ignore?
You just outwork them. That's all. You do what they do to you, and you nail them, and you just make it as successful as you possibly can.
All right, bye. Just for context, I'm being completely fucking sarcastic here. And beforehand, if you watched everything that this guy was saying, he was QVC salesman just trying to get money. Fucking it was despicable. And I'm like, why is he on her channel? I just couldn't believe it. So there's no seriousness to this at all. You understand?
Yeah.
And and you don't use what people pay for as an avenue. So when you go to JimTerryTV.com, we're not talking about haters. We only do that out there on the YouTube world. That's the only time we bring it up, and we wish we didn't have to. We don't want to talk about them. We don't want to deal with them, and there's not that many. There might be 35 to 40 of them, you know, because it's interesting. They say that we don't have any followers. We don't make any money. We're garbage. And then they're right there now talking on shows going, well, the only reason Angel got him is because he could bring in money. It's not about that, you know? So and I just told her what I went through. She told me what she went through. I'm not from that genre. And it's that simple, but you just outwork them. You never stop. You know, what's the worst they're going to do? Call you a pedophile? I mean, you know, if you're not worried about any of it, just fight them. And when you take away their anonymity, you find out that these are some of the biggest garbage motherfuckers on the planet. They're drug addicts, they're felons, they're rapists, they're degenerates, they have no lives, no jobs, no careers. It's pretty easy to beat that.
Yeah, you know, and well, I mean, I not that I want to take offense though, but I was an addict in the past, but I'm over 3 years though clean now, so so I hope that you're not calling them like drug addicts. You got to give them a little sympathy,
Here's the deal. If you're a current drug addict, if you've been a drug addict, the best deal is probably not to come up on a show and call people drug addicts that have never done drugs. You know what I mean? Call them rapists, call them pedophiles, make your life seem like it's something they're not. Listen, anybody changes their lives, turns it around, that's fine. Anybody's had drug issues, that's up to them. I just would not go on shows calling people things that aren't true if you have a past like that. So that's just kind of how we do it.
Okay, yeah, no, because I mean, I was just.
Where are you from? You from PA?
Yes, Pennsylvania. Yes, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
What part?
Wilkes-Barre.
I know Wilkes-Barre. You guys just got an arena football team back up there.
Yes, yeah, we got an arena football team, but like I accidentally came across this, and then next thing I know, I'm just like, I don't know, like this guy's, he knows how to handle the people. He's a great and then I'm like, wait, where do I pay the $4.99? And then I'm like, I'm trying to, like he had me sold like immediately, and I was like, but then I'm like, where's Angel? What's going on? And I never see like this. I guess how did where the fuck did you come from?
Like I said, I have my own platform.
So real quick, I'll go back to it. I didn't realize it was that long. I thought it was quicker from last night, but yeah, but what happens though is I thought it was quicker. I don't want to disrespect your time. You're the guest on the show, even though you're going to be guest on the show a lot of times. Could you hear me again now on this mic? Awesome. So I wanted him. So people in the chat were talking about, dude, this guy's like fucking just trying to like rip people off and blah, blah, blah. And then like at the end of it, then he hangs up on me. So then out of nowhere, because I guess maybe he's kind of, but I called him back again. He picks up. And then I was just like, dude, why did you hang up on me? Like, blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, no. Someone was at the door. I sent you my thing, blah, 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 this and that. And someone wrote something in the comment about mental health. And I'm like, let me tell you something. The guy doesn't have mental health. I know people. I can read people. He's snake oil salesman to the book. If you see the whole monologue, he's like, you don't even have a Capone sibling. You have the Angel Gotti thing. That's worse than a star. I mean, you got it's cheaper than a Starbucks, blah, 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 blah. And this is like 3 in the morning. And fucking he actually ends up though picking up the phone. And I guess it was more of a you had to be there type of thing, or if you knew who the guy was, you would have been rolling though, man. Yeah. So when you get a chance and when you're just sitting around,
I was getting it just the way you were just fishing them in, man.
It was funny as fuck last night. It was funny as fuck though last night though. And exactly where you're watching no Angel, but it wasn't. And then I know, right, Dylan? See, look at this. That was my goal. I see how he's laughing now?
Yeah. Well, I can't stand her voice. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not putting her down. I'm not putting Angel down. I mean, but because I don't want to get in a beef with them. But Bobby, you can say whatever you want. That's fine. No, say whatever you want. But last night was funny. But my goal was to get him laughing, and he's laughing, and he's closed. So let's go to Bobby Bright.
Wait till you hear this story. Yep.
And now let's go to Bobby Bright. And hold on. You know what I love though, Bob? Like, because I mean, for editing and stuff, if it is, And guys, we're very loose here on the lives, as you could tell. So like sometimes jumping all over and shit like that though. But does it have to do with Dean?
Oh yeah.
Hold on 1 second too. So for editing purposes, because I love that picture though, right in the middle of you two.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I wish I got to meet Dean, man.
Yeah. Oh, instantly, as soon as when he shakes your hand, you just love the guy.
Do you think Dean would have liked Bobby? Do you think Dean would have liked me?
Oh yeah, big time, man. Look,
yeah,
he would have had you rolling on your ass. So there's a side that a lot of people don't know, and that's what I'm gonna tell them.
I'm saying no, me though. I mean, not me. Like, I mean, do you think he would have liked me, my person, or would he probably smash me in the face?
No, he love you, man. What are you kidding me? Me and him are the same, so you know what I mean.
Because I mean,
no doubt. What are you kidding?
Real quick for it, just to give people a little content. Like this man right here escaped from prison, and 2 weeks later he went back to prison in a limo.
That's him. That's him. Yeah.
Go and take it away, Bobby.
Yeah. Like I was going to start up with like I said, I was jumping all over the place, timelines and stuff like that, and I'm nervous a little bit, right? But just to show how funny he was when we're doing a job or something, how when it goes south and we're being chased by the cops, right? This one time, we like I was saying on the last show that we used to practice our craft on the guys that used to throw it at the gasworks, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, there was this one guy in particular. He didn't like us. He always walked around like he was a big tough guy, talk tough, drank tough, smoke tough. One of those guys, just a poser, right? So anyways, me and Dean were on a job. So the job was we had, there was 2 other guys with us, but it was like a big place, and we had, the plan was for me and him, when they closed the place, we'd be still in there, right? Right. So that worked, but they had motion detector alarm. We didn't see it. It was so small. Anyways, alarm goes off, right? We got to get out of there, but we figure like worst case scenario, everybody has a fire exit. This guy had it locked. We couldn't get it open. You know what I mean? We couldn't get it open, right? So we're like kicking it. We're trying to get the hell out of there, right? The alarm's going off, right? So, anyways, the only way to get out is go and smash the front door. So that's what we did. And then when we came up, now like we're all balaclavaed up, you know what I mean, like James Caan or that movie you were mentioning, right? But so anyway, the cop sees us, so we start running, right? So downtown Toronto, there's a lot of laneways and there's a lot of right. So we're getting away. Cops are everywhere, right? So we come across this building where we seen a guy that was going to go into it. So we didn't run hard. We creeped up on him until he got to the door so we could come in, right? So guess who it is? The tough guy from the gasworks, right? He thought we were there to get him. That we're, what I mean, right? He's like, no, don't shoot me. He's just freaking out shit himself, right? You know what I mean? So we got in the building. We cut through the lobby, go out to the back, out the back door. We're running, cops are everywhere, right? So we're running down this laneway, and we can hear the cop on the street, so we have to get out of, disappear fast. But there's garbage bins, so we end up in the garbage bin. And I mean, no, it stunk like crazy, right? So anyway, we're out of breath, right? So I'm looking at him. He's got this grin on his face. He's, right? Meanwhile, we're about to get pinched, right? It's like, what are you so happy about? You know what I mean? Oh my God. Like this grin he had, it was just, I go, you really like this shit. Like my words, I go, you really like this shit, don't you? Then he looks at me, he goes, I am the shit. We fall on the line. It's all like that's how he was, man. Like, you didn't no panic at all, right? Right. Another time.
Well, I want people to know too, in case for the people who didn't come on, or there might be their first time on, just to
Okay.
give them a little backstory. Obviously, sadly, Dean is not with us anymore. He passed away, and R.I.P. to Dean. And I'm just so people understand, veteran Ontario stuntman Dean Comcalf killed in double slaying on eve of sentencing for drug offenses. And this was Bobby's best friend, and he was a jack of all trades. And the stories that and even the other people from on Crafty Show and everyone like that, like this guy out in Canada though, because we're in America. This guy's like a legend out there though, with your crew, the kids. That's what he calls you, right?
Yeah.
The kids.
Yeah,
Even this man here knew. Dean brought Vito invited Dean and then Bobby and them to a boxing event and a dinner and all that stuff and all that. I just want to give people a little backstory of Dean and all that, and that R.I.P. to Dean. And obviously, this episode is dedicated to Dean. That's
everything is.
Everything is. So, but could you do me one favor?
Sure.
I want people to see how good of a friend Dean was. Could just tell, and then you could go into whatever you want. Could you tell the story about when someone got pretend I never heard it. Someone Dean didn't like how did someone treated you, and what did Dean do for you? Remember he left.
Oh, the Igor guy.
And then
when we were doing the Rolling Stone concert.
Yeah, just could you? What happened there?
Okay. We were always asked to do security for them. Like you think about, they just wanted to be seen with them, like we were, right? Because we were the kids, you know what I mean, right? And before the Rolling Stones concert, we're up at Dean was in Europe, going after one of his loved ones. We did a score. We got 30 grand. So he took the money and he flew to Europe to go find her. Right. So he almost got shot as soon as he landed on the property. Her father came out. It was in Greece, right? They almost shot him. But anyways, while he was out there, he was gone for 2 weeks. I was here up at this bar called Connection. We used to call it the Selection because all the broads, right? So, but anyways, this one guy, you always get one. He comes in and he's just being an asshole. He's picking fights, or acting like a real big shot, right? So he comes at me, and I drop him, right? So he gets up. Half an hour later, he comes back with these guys, like they were the pimps of the city, with the hats and the fur coats, huge guys, Camiso guys. You know what I mean? Like I found out that's who they're with. Yeah. Anyway, I get beat bad. These guys tune me up like, I got beat, right? So anyways, Dean comes back. I'm still healing from the beating I got, and I tell him what happens, and then he goes, "We're gonna get those guys." You know what I mean, right? So, anyways, so we go downtown, right? We got these, and they hanged out like below the Connection was a strip bar called the Brass Rail, and there was also another place. We figured we checked that place first, and then go across if they weren't there. Anyways, we see them sitting in there, and Dean's got the gun and he taps on there's a big window you can see right, and he taps on the window. These guys look, Dean's coming out, like we're both going, come on, let's get down, right? They don't come out, right? So we left, they're not coming out. So they put the word out that they're going to get us. Somebody's telling us, he goes, you guys can't take on these guys. These guys are huge, they're with the Camisos, blah, 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 right? So we say, well, you tell them when we see them, they're going to get it. Yeah. And they're like, you guys can't, you kids, like, you can't, because we were young. We were 17, 18, I don't know, right? Something like that, right? And you guys can't take on it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, watch us. You know, and so the message got back to him, obviously, but nothing came of it. You know, and a big chicken right out, man. Like, soon you call somebody's bluff, right? You know, that's what that's what we're saying. That's what he said, actually. Dean says, he goes, yeah, we call this bluff. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, right? So, anyways, that went down. And then shortly after that, we ended up doing security at the Rolling Stones concert. Or no, sorry, After Hours Club. Sorry, it was that's what put it on, because this guy Igor hired us to do the door at his After Hours Club.
Yeah.
And right, and so we're working there. You know, there's always one in the crowd starts trouble or something, right? So anyway, the troublemaker, he goes upstairs. He was like, you know, on this. So he went up on the third floor. It was a 3-story place. This place, After Hours Club, and he's leaning out the window. We were told. Somebody says, yeah, he's up there. He's leaning out the window. He looks like he's, you know, trying to come down. Right. So, anyways, so we look. We're planning around. Right. We're making sure nobody's looking, watching us, because we're going to tune them up. Right. So anyways, we go up there, and the guy's not there. Right. We didn't even think to look out the window. You know what I mean? So we figured, maybe if the information was bad, I don't know. Right. So we come back down. Half an hour later, people, you hear people like girls going, oh, you know, oh my God. Right. The guy fell out the window. Right. He must have passed out or something. And everybody thought me and him did it. Right. So Dean goes, hey, don't admit, don't say nothing, but that's good for us, good street credit, like, you know.
Yeah.
So here we are, boom, the rep goes up with there.
You're only like 17, 18 at this point, though.
Yeah, no, we were 17 when we started hanging at the Gasworks. We were 17 years old, right?
The story that I was talking about though was what he did though for you though with the trunk in the car.
That
story.
Okay. All right. I'm working After Hours Club for this guy Igor, and the cops raid it, and they don't find no money. He had a good system like when the cops come, he could get rid of it, or it would go down, because he was up 3 floors, or like 2-3 floors, but the money always went down and it went somewhere else, right? Like it was it was good. They didn't find any money.
Yeah.
I had my gym bag with me, and I happened to have a lead pipe in it. So they grabbed me and arrested me for having a concealed weapon, right? So I go down to the cop shop, and they're pressing me, where's the money? It's an After Hours Club, right? No. And they're like, they're smacking me around, calling me a bunch of names and stuff, right? So, but the rule is, if you're working at somebody's club doing security, you get pinched, because that's your job. You're supposed to be down there with a fucking lawyer. You know what I mean, right? So I'm getting smacked around, and plus I'm cocky. I'm looking up to them too, right? Calling them pigs and all that stuff, right? And boom, 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 right? You know, and because I'm thinking I'm going to be out of here soon, right? He doesn't show up, right? So anyways, I tell Dean this, right? And okay, right? So this is in the back of the mind, right? So maybe it was a year or two or something where he asked us to. I think it was a year, because it's a Steel Wheels tour of the Rolling Stones. So he asked Dean and to do the security. You know what I mean, like for the front row and stuff like that. Yeah. So he agreed, whatever. So we're both there. So the first show was the band called Living Color, right? Right. So while that was going on, he goes, "Hey, if you see Igor, tell him he just missed me or something, right?" So I'm like, "Okay, like where are you going?" He goes, "Just tell him that you just saw me." Right.
So he never. So he didn't tell you where he was going or nothing,
no,
right?
Not at all. Not at all. Right.
Okay.
So anyway, it just happened. Igor comes by and he's looking around. He goes, "Where's Jim?" I go, "Didn't you see him? You just passed him." He goes, "Oh, okay." He didn't think nothing of it, right? So anyways, the first group from this, Dean comes back during before the Rolling Stones. He doesn't even say nothing, right? So the Rolling Stones come on. He just wanted to see the way they open, like, you know, the build up from them being there and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Right,
So,
right. So,
yeah.
so anyway, halfway through it, he goes, "Let's go." Fuck this. Right. So okay. Right. So anyway, so we leave. We go to the car. I'm waiting for him to open up the patch. He goes around to his trunk and he pops the trunk. He goes, "Hey, come here, come and look at this." Right. So I come and look, and it's all kinds of money. Right. So I'm looking at him. Right. And he goes, "Here's your half." Right. Then he goes, "No, what I did?" He goes, "I went to Igor's house and robbed his safe."
No, think of this though, but this is what I love the most about this story. Now, and we're not glorifying it or whatever. We're telling an old story. Bobby doesn't live that life anymore, but you know, you laugh at stories like this.
Yeah.
Think of how good of a friend he was. I always say, no honor amongst thieves. They say that line or whatever. This guy didn't even let you know. Leaves. He did this because for you.
Exactly. Payback.
Robs the guy. Doesn't even take any money at all for himself. He could have easily been like, "Oh, by the way, yeah, here's $300 that I got from whatever." He just,
Like, for all I know, he probably had a girl. Like I was thinking he's got some chick lined up. You know, that's what I was thinking when he says, right? Because
yeah, but do you understand my point though? His character though is that you weren't even in on the job.
Yeah, like
you
that
weren't
was
even
the
in on the
first time
job at all. And he remembered though what that guy did to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And he left. And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna fuck my friend over?" He left, and then fucking robbed the safe, and then gave you 50% of the take.
That's right, man. There you
that's I mean, that's a rarity though, man, to find people like that.
And that wasn't the first time. Like he was always, because he used to work delivering janitorial supplies. So he was going in places delivering janitorial supplies, and once in a while there'd be something juicy in there. Right, you know what I mean? Then he plan it out, check out the alarms, and you know, like he was good, like, you know, right?
Yeah,
but yeah, he was
Chad.
always like that. He was always like that with me, man. Like, wow, like I was like, "Bud, you did the score," you know, like, you know, I just didn't take it and, you know, "Oh, okay, thank you." Like, you know, I'm going, "Bud, I don't," you know, right? He goes, "No, he wouldn't have it. Nope, that's yours, bro." You know what I mean? So,
you know what's impressive too though, like, is that he still, like, if I did that though, and I know how I am, I would be like, "No, come on, let's get out. Like he was able to stay cool, calm, watch the opener of the Stones and this and that, and then, you know what I mean? Like, because when you get away with something like that, your adrenaline's got to be going a little bit, and like, you know, he probably was dying to show you, but he still stayed cool, calm, and collective. Watched a little bit of the Stones open up, and he's like, "Let's get out of here." And then you're just trying to leave.
He was like that. I think he did it just to see the shock on my face or something, because he always liked that. He when he told a story about somebody, he goes, "You should have seen the look on his face, priceless." Like
Roy, Roy Anderson says, "Hey guys, hey Roy, what's up, buddy?
Hey
Bobby Bright. Sad for Dean to get involved at his age up in Collinwood. I mean, in your 50s, give it a rest. R.I.P."
Yeah, I know. You know what, too? You know, he was too loyal to people, too, right? Like, he should not even got messed up with that, but he was going away. He was supposed to come down that day and have dinner with me, and then we were supposed to go over some things he wanted me to do, and like we always do if one of us were going somewhere, right? You know, right? To make sure his interests were taken care of, and you know, vice versa, right? But he didn't show up, and because of that, right?
So do you think though? You don't have to answer this, and I don't want to try to upset you, because I know today though you had a rough day, and my question to you is, if do you think he ever would have stopped doing crime?
That's a good question, because he liked the action. He couldn't. He got bored fast, eh? Like, he'd be at home with the kids and all, and then like just say I was up there with him or something, he'll go, give me the, you know what I mean? He'll say, I'm taking Bobby. We're just going to go to the grower, make up some story. Meanwhile, we're going to, you know what I mean? Going to have some fun somewhere, right? He just had he just, one of those, he just couldn't sit still. And even when he drive too, we almost crashed so many times because he's always thinking, but he's daydreaming and he's driving. I'm saying, okay, somehow I grabbed the wheel, right? And okay. But he was a deep thinker all the time. He just couldn't sit still.
Why, like what wild man? Like a wild man.
But I'll tell you, it took me a while to come down off that life too, man. Like I like the action too. Like it's addicting, man. It takes over. You know what I mean? Like me sitting at home with my wife and kids. You know what I mean? I was getting bored, and I need the action. Soon as the phone rang, I jump up like a spring and gone. You know what I mean, right?
Okay.
Oh, that's Rob Davis in that one. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
I bet. This one, no, that's Dean there, right?
Yeah. That's he wore that to court.
All right, and this just gentleman in here, we didn't talk. Did we talk about him?
No. This is at Dean's house at his barbecue. That's okay. Rob Davison. He's from our Flemington Park area. Yeah. His crew was Jody Leslie and those guys, some serious guys too, right? So, yeah, Rob was solid. Yeah. Right.
Got it.
Everybody that he invited was a solid guy, at his parties, right?
And Dean, though, back in the day, though, was stuntman, martial artist. That's you and him way back in the Miami Vice days.
Yeah. Yeah, Crockett and Tubbs. Yeah.
What was the name of this place again, Bobby?
The Gasworks.
Gasworks, okay. And this is where you were from, right?
Yeah, Flemington Park. Yeah, there it is, man. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I did my
wow, man. Holy cow. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking through stuff, and then this is
that's Fort Vendome place. Yeah.
Yep. And then there's Dean with his kids.
Yep. That's right.
So you don't think, yeah, because I was wondering that though, and what year was it again that he died?
2019, January 22nd. Yeah.
Okay, and he was in his 50s.
Yeah, 53, I think. I remember last time I said 55, but yeah, he was 53, 52. I'm born in because we're born in the same year. My birthday's in February. His birthday was April 1st, April Fool's. You see the jokes we used to pull on him all his life,
Yeah, just fucking him, yeah.
And he can take it, you know what I mean? Like,
But here's what blows my mind though. All these stories like that I've been hearing though from you guys, like that you're like the one 19 years old. Like, what did you do in your 20s, 30s, and 40s?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was going to get to that.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Well, I'm the one that asked to rehash those stories, though, because I mean, I love the one. Not that I love that I'm condoning it, but the fact though of like you did the money one though that he did. Like that just shows you how solid of a friend though he really was.
Yeah, you can't get any better. You can't get any better than him. Everybody.
He never told you he was doing that. He never told you
he was a gentleman. He made everybody feel number one. Like he was just one of those guys. When he take care. Like he made everybody feel like number one. Like Vito Rizzuto made us feel when we went there.
Like you're the only one in the room.
Yeah, like the only reason why we didn't sit at his table, like he told us, he said that he had some new people coming, and he apologized. We're like, oh, that's okay, man. Like, you know what I mean, right? But he was genuine of that, right? And then, and during his conversation, if somebody was bullshitting him, he'd be giving us a look, like leaning back, winking at, right? Right. And then he would say, does this guy think I'm a stooge? Like he's just joking around, like, right?
Yeah.
And it took me a while to warm up to him too, because from what Dean told me, I didn't want to say the wrong word, or I clammed right up pretty good. But a few of these, You know,
And this was at the time though when his father though was the boss. His father was still alive, right?
yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And
him,
then,
yeah, yeah. This is like 80. When we met Vito, we were I think 21 or 22. I think it was 88, 89, something like that.
And for folks out there know, Vito had strong ties with the Bananos, and allegedly was involved though with the three captains hit that you see in Donnie Brasco the movie. And he told you remember he said he was just there for security reasons, watching the door and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the name. See, like over here, like all these names that you're talking about, like how people are jumping, like they know them, like from because not from Canada, but definitely I would say by far Rizzuto would be the most popular, like that we know.
When the media see in Montreal, like I was telling you about creating revenue with these guys, like and with the bikers and that, like they let the bikers go way too far until they blew up a kid, and then all of a sudden, like, it wasn't enough that they murdered prison guards. It wasn't enough that they murdered newspaper people. It wasn't enough that they're killing lawyers and right? But it had to take a child. You know what I mean? And they didn't even have to blow him up. It was a remote control. And the guy they were after wasn't even in the car. Like why even push the button? Just what I was saying on the last show, when they farm this shit out to guys that are hopped up on that,
that's what I was. Yeah, they're probably all tweaked out and just boom, And this guy again, who was this one?
That's Mon Boucher. Yeah, Mr. Smiley Face there fucked everything up for everybody.
Now, was this guy like was he
was
criminal?
the president of the Hells Angels.
I know that was obviously a joke when I said was he a criminal, but my point being, so he was vicious.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like he was a tough guy in his own right. But like his best friend started the rock machine that he grew up with. Like that's like me and Dean growing up together, but with the patch over, his friend didn't want to go with them because of the slaughter. Because years before that, a chapter like Mon's chapter went up in Quebec, and they lured that chapter in because they weren't. I can't remember what the scenario was, and they gunned them all down. Right. So I guess his friend didn't want any part of that. Right. So he started the rock machine. And like in Toronto, they try to put us under the umbrella, but didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
But just he was just too ego, man, like just an egomaniac. Like when the cameras are on him, he's smiling and sticking out his tongue, and and his sickle fans are behind him cheering him on. Like it's just you got to Kentucky, like guys like that should be staying in the shadows. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And then when you are pinched, you don't look at the, you know what I mean? Like, you even put your, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but I'm
well, yeah. He probably felt just like untouchable, though. At some point.
Well, he was like, look what he got away with. Like, sure there was investigation, but who's going to talk? Because if you did talk, right?
And what eventually happened to him?
Well, I know, our friend Raymond, God bless his soul, he got gunned down. He farmed assassinations on guys that wouldn't do business. Like he put the word out. If you're not getting from us, then you die, right? You're not because the robbery with the rock machine. Because the rock machine, my friend was working with, right? Because they were more sane, like you know what I mean. They were sane, right? A lot of tough guys in that too, right? But just like my buddy Tommy Bogiatis, right? He saddled up with the rock machine too, right? But
great, real quick, great show, guys. Question for Bobby: did you or Dean ever cross paths or get to meet Gregory Woolley, legendary Montreal gangster who was linked in the Hell's Angel and later on with the Rizzutos?
Yeah. I remember him. It was just at when we went to the boxing match, Matthew Hilton fight. That like I was telling you, the who's who was all there, We were just pardon me?
With the one with Rizzuto?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, he was there, and we were just introduced. Like it was actually after the fight. I remember him. But when he got gunned down 2 years ago, I think it was, or last year or something, I go, oh, I remember that guy. But that's about it. Yeah. We never did any business with the Haitians, right?
Thank you, YouTube user.
Yeah, thank you
for the question. No.
Yeah.
And then we have Rafa says, hello, Loomis and Bobby. What's up,
Hey,
Rafa?
Rafa says, how you
Thanks
doing,
for being
brother?
here. Guys, give this a like, it gets it moving, and subscribe up, please. Donnie Peterson, now not around, was a Hell's Angel president in Toronto. You ever hear him?
Oh yeah. I'll tell you a story about that. He turned out to be a good guy, but when we were kids, I can't remember what happened, but Dean got in a fight with one of his. I think Donnie was a Paradise Rider before he was a Hell's Angel, right? Because the Paradise Riders, they patched over, right? I'm pretty sure that's what. But anyways, or Vagabond or something. I can't remember, but Dean was in a beef with one of his club members, and Dean thumped the guy out. Like these guys are grown men, just like we used to at the gas works. These guys are grown men. That's why we were practicing, right? Right. But anyways, Donnie Peterson wanted to meet Dean. He came to his door and everything, right? So Dean just said, "Hey, let's meet. Let's get it on," right? So we met at the guy that ratted on me. He used to work at Midas Muffler, and so we met there. We had a bunch of guys hiding around the corner in case anything went bad, and we were ready. And Donnie knew it. He goes, "Look at Dean." He goes, "Your name is good. You know, my guy got fucked up. I think that you were in the wrong." He goes, "You got to let me hit you, just so, you know, just that I did something." So that's how that got squashed. So, Buddy hit Dean. Dean didn't even blink, you know, right?
Yeah.
But Donnie, he was a good leader. He used to own the Harley Davidson shop on Kingston Road and all that too, right? But yeah.
And then I missed one though up here though for you though. Yeah. Did Dean make okay living in the film business?
Oh, he was an A-lister, like stuntman. Like I said, I met Bruce Willis, Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, that goof, Russell Crowe. We met Patrick Swayze. We met. I'll tell you a story about Donald Sutherland and his kid Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah.
When they were filming a hockey movie, that's how Dean wanted to get into the business because our excuse me, our friend from our neighborhood, Brian Meharry, he was a hockey star, and it was a hockey movie, so he got to play in the movie, and that's how we ended up there, and it had Patrick Swayze in it, right?
Okay.
And when we came down on the set, Patrick Swayze, he's a Taekwondo guy or something, right? So he's doing the split. So him and Dean just running it up to him, and he goes, what style are you and stuff like that, and they hit it up. You know what I mean, right? So that was good, you know. And then when it came to Kiefer Sutherland, they're doing that movie Renegades. Yeah, Renegades. Right. So we took him out to a club and we got him hammered, just hammered. You know what I mean? Like we're still kids, right? Like we used to go to every bar, there was a bar to go to every night of the week. Right. So we get him hammered and we're bringing him back to his trailer and everything. And his father happened to be there. And we roll up in the limousine, and Kiefer, he almost fell out of the limousine drunk, right? So his father come up to us, right? He goes, "What are you guys doing? My son is a star. He doesn't open up doors." You should have heard this freaking lunatic.
Oh man, they are in a bubble. Like last night I was talking about like the actors who live in their bubble of like they don't. Yeah, we were like real quick. I was talking like how these actors shouldn't like always come out and talk about who to vote for, this or that, because they don't have to deal with it.
That's part of their contract, right? They get paid. Like when Kamala was getting all all the music industry to say how great she was. You know what I mean? They were getting 50 grand. That all came up. She was paying them 50 grand to do that.
Just to say, hey, yeah, okay, and not even worried though about if she's like capable, to run the country or to
Yeah.
sit,
Oh,
and
come on.
well, no, my only argument though, all I said was this, and I think you could even just end the argument at this, and I know people be like, oh, whatever. I mean, first off, like, how you see, if you ever see her like in interviews talking or whatever, imagine her dealing with like a real gangster, like a Vladimir, imagine her like sitting across Putin. And
and you know why she was just a bimbo? Because she had an earpiece in her ear, and they're telling her what to say. That's why she seemed a little off, and then she make up stuff. Like she tell one story one day, and then another one like the next, like you know what I mean. And then she's on TV in Carolina with $1,000 earrings on, and it says like she's doing them a favor with a $700 check. You know what I mean, right? I'm like, you know what I mean? Do up your shirt, your heart's falling out. Like,
No, I hear you there, though.
Race. Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was the first time I talked politics ever on this show, was last night. And I was just being real. Like, I just, and people could say like whatever they want, though, but she's just that she's not a leader. People would be like, they'd say, oh, they just didn't vote for her because she was a female. Bullshit. Like, she's not a leader. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's like the Democrats are done, but anyways, but that was Dean's introduction into the movie business, because we watched them film the hockey and the takes, and he was just infatuated with it, right? And Patrick Swayze was telling him, like, giving him lots of tips and why they shoot it this way, and like, he always was infatuated with movies. He always used to quote, like, his father even told me and him one time after that kidnapping thing, when the guys came down looking for us, went to his dad's place, and then after that got squashed, he goes, you two watch too many Clint Eastwood movies. Which we did,
Yeah, so besides all the scores and all the the robberies and the money he was making with that, like he could have really just lived off of his film career.
Yeah. Eventually, he had to go to a stuntman school and stuff like that. He must have been addicted to that. He took the stuntman school in Philadelphia, actually, right? So.
Yes, so it's not like he kept he didn't have to keep going, like what Roy said, like he didn't have to keep committing crimes. Like he really could have had a big career in that.
Yeah, but it was the action. Yeah, it was the action. And I can vouch for that, because I could have done it, but it was the action. As soon as when he called, that's my brother. I was happy I sprung up yeah, let's go, right? Because him never been pinched together. I always got pinched by somebody out. A rat or something, but we never got caught doing one. It was just me and him. Never got pinched doing anything together, because everything was planned out right. Everything, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. What's up, Mob Rats? One, great to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you in a little while, my man. I hope all is well with you.
Yeah, he's got a good channel.
Yeah. What's that?
He's got a good channel.
Yeah, absolutely though, and you'll like this guy here if you ever heard Bobby talk. Yeah, Bobby's been through it all over in Canada, and that's what I'm just so infatuated with, is learning about Canada. And I mean, who better than you to learn it though from? And the channel, I always get the Crafty, that just unbelievable channel. So
big
check
time,
that out though. If Bobby could change one thing about the past, okay, so Bob, if you could change one thing about the past, what would you have changed?
Not too much, because I'll tell you why. Even though all the shit I went through, man, it made me who I am today. I learned a lot of hard lessons. I learned about people, who were good, who were bad. Stuff like that, lessons, you know what I mean? Like, because when you grow up, you make a lot of mistakes, and and you don't make them. And actually, time I was like in my say mid-20s or something, I didn't make too many mistakes. I was pretty well rounded, and I trust my instincts. Saved my ass a lot of times with people, right? So, but it was just the absentee sometimes away from my family.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that if I could take back, I would.
Gotcha. That's I said that too, like with my like addiction, like how I was like, it is what it is, and but what's the one thing that you would change that you if you could change would be like not giving my family sleepless nights and like worried about
Yeah.
the
Well,
damage.
you don't realize what
You do the
how
damage
you
to them.
affect them
Yeah.
because you're not that smart enough. Because you're I was very self-centered, right? The world evolved around me. You know what I mean? But you don't realize it. Like you know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. You just think
You
it's
know
all
what I
about you. The selfishness is just totally. It's like get
Yeah.
out of my way.
Big
I have
time
to get what I have
selfish,
to get, and especially with the addiction stuff. That's like
yeah.
it's terrible, and you don't mean to be that way. I remember I would even tell myself. I'd even like pray to God. Like at the time, I'd be like, listen, and then like once like because how you get to a level where you maintain with your addiction. Whenever I'd feel normal, I'd say to myself, I'm like, I'm not a bad guy when I feel like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just, it's not like I want to be like the way I was, but it's my fault. I mean, I got addicted, and did whatever. I'm not, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It was just like ego. Like I'm still full of piss and vinegar. Then, like in your 20s, still full of, like I said, I'd be at home and all of a sudden the phone ring or pager, I should say.
Yeah,
and you put a number in, right? Yeah, I'm incoming. You know what I mean? And then I spring up, boom, like right? And not realizing what we're gonna do. That so maybe I won't come home.
Yeah. Annette again. Hey, Annette, did Bobby or Dean's kids want to follow the same lifestyle?
No way.
And
Not
is
even
that
close.
is that because that and if this is too personal of a question, just because it's your family, just say Loomis, cut it off.
No way. No.
Is it because like did you lecture them that, or was it like?
Well, my son got in trouble once. He was hanging around because he was a smart, intelligent kid. He was a math whiz, right? Actually, he got a scholarship to go to MIT, right? But anyways,
Good for him.
he started. He went to this fancy school out of the neighborhood. I was living downtown at the time, and he started hanging around with these rich kids, and they were treating him like he's the kid from the ghetto kind of way. It wasn't a ghetto, but downtown.
Yeah, but
thinking he's a ghetto kid, right? Because it's color of his skin, right? Right?
Yeah.
So anyways, when I met these kids, I could see right through them. Like, they're going to get him in trouble. Something's going to go down, and he's the only one that's going to go to jail. Because that's how it comes with these rich kids, right? They got their daddies paying for the schools, donation. You know what I mean? I knew once he got in trouble with these guys, he'd be the one taking the fall, and I told him that.
Scent of a Woman type style.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie?
Yeah, exactly, right. And sure enough, he got in trouble, and sure enough, exactly what I said, right? And he's locked up in jail. I get him out, and then right from there, he started listening to me. Just from there, because everything I told him was going to happen happened.
And how old was he at this point?
Chris was he had to been like 12, I think, something like 12.
Man, he listened to you though at that age. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Because
like even before he went, like I'm overprotective. Like you know what I mean? Like we spend
because and what you've been through and stuff. So I bet you, I had a fear even for my niece and nephew. I was like, I was so scared. Like then they both went through high school. Well, my nephew's a senior now, and he wants to go to HVAC school.
Well-
and my niece got a full ride scholarship to the college. It didn't touch drugs or anything, but I remember that was a fear of mine. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I remember my daughter, the ice cream guy was giving out the kids free ice cream. I thought that was kind of funny. So she comes home, oh, look, we got free ice cream. I go, from who? Right? So I go, come with me. Right? Somebody, this is how these creeps work. Give the kids free ice cream at that spot. Next time they're up the road a little bit, you know, and they know, like, you know what I mean? That's what was going through my mind. So I have, like, I asked him, I go, do you live around here? He's like, no. I go, what's your name? And he goes, well, what's the problem? I said, did you ask any of the parents if it was all right for you to give them ice cream? And he said, no. I said, why are you doing that? Like, you know, right? Yeah. And he's getting ready to go, you know what I mean? Right? And then here's the kicker. The parents were wondering why I'm getting all upset, right? Because I'm telling them to get out of your fucking truck. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right? Like, that's not normal. Like, that's how they do it, you know? They get them here free ice cream. They see him again the next time he's a little bit farther up the street. All of a sudden, you don't see your kids again, right? You know what I mean?
No, I mean, yeah, well, you're very street astute, and I mean,
well, look at the places I was in. I was constantly around adult creeps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, from your juvenile days and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Was, you know, and that episode, folks, is in the video section. The Hard Life with Bobby Bright, the pre-recorded one. Check that one out for sure. And we're still going to do a pre-record part 2 again tonight. Is like, hey, let's just go live because I mean, you had, you know, your day, and I know, you know, I've been going nonstop all week, and I was like, you know, let's just tonight tell some stories and keep it loose with the audience, and
like Christopher was more of academic. Like he hanged around with a lot of smart kids in our neighborhood, and they used to play video games and make things. He could take stuff apart and put it back together. Like on the other hand, my daughter, she used to come down to the boxing club with me some night. I used to teach her how to, you know what I mean, right? Because the funny thing was, I'm teaching her how to fight. She's being bullied at school. There's a kid 2 grades up from them taking her best friend's lunch and calling her a bunch of names because she was you know, a heavy kid, and right. So I taught my girl how to chuck the knuckles a little bit, right? So one day he tried to do it, and guess what happened? My daughter breaks his nose.
No shit.
Yeah. So the principal's office, right? You know what I mean? Principal's reaming her out. This bully, his father's there. The principal's taking the side of the bully. So I just lost it. I said, you know what? You want to send my daughter home for a few days on a holiday? But I'm telling you right now, from here, we're going to Dairy Queen right now. Okay. You know what I mean? My daughter's got full permission to, you know what I mean, handle creeps like that. And where is this kid getting to hit girls from? And I'm looking at the father, right? He ain't saying nothing. Like they can tell, you know, I'm not a business. Like, you know, they can tell I'm. We
can tell, Bobby.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. They're like suit and ties and stuff, and here comes Bobby Bright.
Yeah,
Bobby Bright.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like
God.
Yeah, like these kids, like obviously the father had something to do with the school this way. So like who in their right mind is going to take the side of a kid 2 grades older bullying girls that are 2 grades lower, and then try to get because we don't condone fighting in school, but you condone him stealing their lunch and pushing them down and calling them names, like you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, but you know what they say? Well, she should have came to the principal and told us.
Yeah, exactly. But there's nobody in the schoolyard. She told the teacher, and because who that kid was, nothing got done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I said, you know what, next time, and she did.
Yeah.
Broke
did you yell at her on the way home?
Yeah, that's it. And she broke.
No, I said, did you yell at her at the way home?
Oh, I was so proud of her, man. I had her on my shoulders. I went right and got her an ice cream at Dairy Queen.
No, I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, because that's like when they're in school like that, So the equivalent of that would be, you know, they always say, well, you should have came though to the teacher, you should have whatever. Well, what if someone's a bully on the street? Well, what's the equivalent of that? Call the cops or something. Well, what if she's not around somewhere to call the cops? You know, you teach her how to fight.
Yeah,
Boom.
and I'll tell you the damage from her friend Haley that was bullied like that. She became an anorexic at age like 12, like, you know, an anorexic. You know what I mean? From that.
Yeah.
It was called, because she was a big kid, you know, she was called a bunch of sick, stupid names, like you know what I mean, from this. You know, she became an anorexic.
No, I hear you there. Oh, real quick, Tracy K from Flemington was a cute blonde. Did you know
Oh yeah,
Tracy?
yeah, Tracy. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah, she used to hang with my sister Paula. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Would Bobby think Toronto is a safe place to raise a family in 2025? Any worries about the state of the city and how much is happening behind closed doors?
Toronto is a
Good question,
cesspool.
Rafa.
It's a cesspool. There's always somebody getting shot. It doesn't matter if you live in a good neighborhood or bad.
I was just going to ask that. Like, is it all of that? It's all
Yeah,
of it.
it's the Wild West, man. Like, it's just these kids, these gangs are out of control. You know, there's always a murder or a shooting or a home invasion or something, a break-in. And like, no,
So,
I don't recommend. And it's expensive. They're charging mortgage rates for a one-bedroom apartment. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know,
So no bueno and living in Toronto, no good.
Stay away, man. Stay away.
And Rafa said, "Would Bobby think Toronto is a?" Oh yeah, we just asked. You already asked that one.
Hell no.
Annette, parents who had a tough life are always more protective of their kids, 100%. Because they know, because they know from what they've been through. And then you don't want that because you know the pain though that you went through, whether it's addiction, whether it's being a gangster that that you guys were. You don't want that though for your kids,
especially your little girl.
and you're so street smart, like how you were just saying. Yeah, and then the ice cream truck's a little bit farther down, like not everyone thinks of stuff though like that, and like how Dean, for example, you would like Dean. Probably with his kids though, like with he knows all the moves, and you guys know all the tricks of the trade. So you're natural. So if you see one wrong step in your child, you're going to be like, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I remember the teacher was kind of on.
Great point. Great point in that. Good.
Yeah. Like I remember up in Wasaga Beach. There was this. I don't think the person was a teacher, but it had something to do with the school, and or was it the community center? I can't remember. Oh yeah, it was at Naomi's karate class. That's where it was, at the community center, and she got disciplined because one of the boys were getting rough with her. So Naomi did something that. Because they teach you to be disciplined and you're not opposed to, so nobody caught the guy. Anyway, so whatever. She comes out crying. Anyways, right? So me and Dean go down and talk to this guy afterwards. A couple of days later, this guy phones the cops on us, say that we came up there and all we did was talk to him and see what the problem is. Like, we were calm, cool. But anyway, this joker phones the cops on us, right? So anyways, this happened. This was a Saturday, and so the next day in the morning, we got up and we went to go get breakfast and bring it home, right? Bring it back to Dean's place. And then when we're coming out, the freaking SWAT team is there. The fucking SWAT team, because it's us. Jesus. We looked like we had chicken pox on us from all the red, all the we got off the gun for that. You know what I mean? Wow, what a spectacle. In front of everybody, you know what I mean? How embarrassing is that? Like, right? But the thing is, Dean was a pillar of the community. Everybody loved him anyways, because he was in the papers. You know what I mean? Like, everybody knew who he was. But
so Dean, he was like a legend around that. That was right.
Yeah, but he was a nice person. Like, his place, he used to have the kids barbecues. Like if it was one of his kids' birthdays, he have all the kids. He have clowns, he have balloons, like you know what I mean, right? Just
Yeah. Let's see. Rafa says, Loomis, would you be more interested in covering more of Canada now that Bobby has been on? Does this all pique your interest in the Great White North? Absolutely. So, for instance, like I didn't know about Springfield, Massachusetts, like how it was around here. Like, you know, when I heard of Springfield, Massachusetts, like I heard of Simpsons and stuff like that. I didn't realize the mod that they had around there. So I'm very open minded though these days, and I like to learn about more stuff and more and more and more. And what blew my mind though about Canada originally was the fact that around here, once the RICO statute hit in America, it was pretty much like, you know, the gun era was like, you know, well, not immediately over, but that was like when John Gotti Sr. was, you know, I know Joe Messina though is out there, and then the what's his name from the Lufthansa, I always forget the guy's name.
Jimmy Burke.
Well, no, Jimmy. I mean, he was involved with it though, but the guy who he was like the last though guy alive though that Vinny Asaro. You know, yeah, like last, but like when Gotti Senior, I think knew. That's why I think John though was the way he was he knew he was going to prison, but he lived it though the way that he lived.
Yeah, he even said it on the tapes. He goes, whether it's a day from now, a month, or 10 years from now, you know. What
And
I
he
mean?
didn't even, yeah. How about like what's real? I just got to tell John Gotti's story, real quick. A lot of people would be like, "Oh, Gotti's," you could say what you want about him, though, but he was though what he was. So he could have left Marion prison, and the way how he got though that cancer and stuff though like that was because of the water and stuff like that. All he had to do was like admit though and it wasn't cooperation or getting anyone in trouble. Just admit that you know you'll try to change your ways, and he could have got put to like a lower
because he was old school. Because when you're a prisoner, it's the prisoners against the guards. That's the way.
But a lot of them though, like even like a lot of stand-up guys though would be like, you know, I'll admit that you just put a signature saying that you're trying though to better yourself. You're not like, you know, it's not cooperation. Gotti even wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
And he was brushing his teeth though with that water, and like what happened, the way he went out, like he was.
I heard they treated him like Hannibal Lecter, like they had a facial mask on him, like he was going to attack, like, you know what I mean? What was that movie? Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, when they had him like in a thing and the mask on him. That's how they had him. When you take him there to visit his family, they brought him there like that, all strapped up and like, you know.
Well, yeah, because it was Gotti, and the government wanted him so bad. He was public enemy #1, and you know, it's just the system around here is so weird though that like other people know that granted he ordered, you know, murders and stuff like that, but people who did a lot worse stuff, you know, they could just say something about him and then they could, you know, get free. But then John though ends up though going away. But he whatever you said, because I used to be like, you know, everyone's coming to the Ravenite on Tuesday night, like that's not smart, this and that. But the bottom line is, I'm not talking about was he the smartest boss, was he the best boss. You can't take away from the fact though that he was who he was, and he made like no bones all about it. You know,
very rare.
Yeah, you know, and he was so there's a guy, and he's close. I wanted to get him on my show. He's a good friend of mine. There is a guy out in New York that I always forget his name. It was Gus something, and he killed the DNA agent, I think. And Gus, I forget his name, from New York. But anyway, a guy from around here though was like best friends.
Oh, wait, they made a movie about him. That guy.
Yeah, Tony Danza played him though.
Or something like that.
Yeah. So Tony, Tony Danza played him. So the guy that I know, and you could just tell, like you look at him, like I remember my one buddy AJ is like, dude, that guy's like a straight up. He's like, where do you meet these people? It's like he's a straight up gangster. And I was just like, no, he's a great guy. He's a good friend of mine. But he was telling me about John growing up and stuff like that, and just the extremely tough street fighter. like insanely tough, to the point where the guys get like a lot of respect and fear, like from like the gun and stuff like that. John was just like, he was very tough guy, extremely tough. And that's like when people like say like, oh, well, he got beat up in Marion. Like he was 50 some years old. The guy that actually punched him from the side, what do you call it, was like 20 some. And that guy actually got, the way he got killed or something was, I forget what he did. He threw someone down through a subway or whatever. But my point is though, is I don't care about punches. I don't care about how good he could fight or whatever, but to be in the cell on his last rites, the priest comes in and he goes like this. No, like you waved the priest off even on your last rite. You know what I mean? Like you like lived it all the
end. I know. Yeah.
Like that mentality though that he had though, and it was just it's crazy. And he rose all the way from a cockroach tenement, as they say, to all the way to like
look at those super maxes, man. Those guys are just in there. They're treated like shit 247. They play head games with you. You know what I mean? And
yeah, no, and he was in the set like for I think he was in solitary for so long.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he was just he lived it right. Like he lived it, meaning he lived like what a gangster was supposed to be, meaning not saying he was the smartest, but saying because of the flash and all that though, but he was 100%.
He believed in the oath. He believed in all that.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, just take that from him.
There's no way you could put a medieval was it you that told me that about the hat with the oh no, there was the guy that I was just talking about, where if you get a rat and they put a rat, they tie a hat around them and they put a rat though on the stomach. There's nowhere for the rat to get out, so they eat through the stomach. That's what this guy was telling me though. People were doing over in Nam and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The point being though is that like you could put him in any ancient medieval torture device, whatever. That guy is not cracking. John Gotti Sr. So yeah, I mean you have, even though you were not glorifying, you have to at least he is like who he was, a legitimate gangster, and you can't take that away from him.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, we got Rafa. Bobby has enough content to fill a few episodes, I feel. Thanks again, Bobby, for sharing your story.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I haven't even got to the 90s yet.
We're gonna have Bobby part 28 turning 17. Part 28. Bobby turned 17 and a half. Annette Loomis, are you on Facebook? Yes, I am. I'll put the link in the chat for you. I'm on Instagram.
And that's the best. Me and her have been friends for years.
Oh, the Canada people are great though, man. And I'm very open-minded though. Oh, I didn't get to finish the question with Rafa. Absolutely. And that's not the only reason why Bobby's on. Bobby's a great friend of mine, and I'm actually going to be out there. I'm going to be visiting Bobby. So, I mean, I'm going to be getting footage out there. We're going to have a blast, man, when I come out, Bobby.
Yeah.
I'm bringing this guy out, though, and we're gonna do some like real, like good filming out there and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. I have somebody who's going to take us around. He's an ex-Rizzuto guy. He just got out. He's on parole right now. He's going to be finished probably around April or something. We get lots of stuff, man.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait. And as long as you don't mind,
Oh, I don't mind at all. I invited you, man.
No, I know. Just saying though that I'm fired up though to come out there, and we're gonna have a blast, brother. We're gonna have a blast. Okay, so we are at the Loomis show real quick. Part 2 there. Here it is, Annette. Right there. And then I might as well just do this.
Well, I think in that her job, she used to be in corrections with one of the Crays. Is that true in it?
The Crays?
Yeah, one of the Cray, Reggie, or I'm not sure.
Reginald, the Ronnie Cray. Yeah,
I'm not sure which one. Yeah.
All right. So the first one though is the Facebook, and then the other one is Instagram, and then you know what? Because exclusive. If you guys know about the Buffalino family, because we're dropping exclusive interviews on that, I'll put that in as well. The link to that channel, and then hold on, copy link. Now this is Instagram, the official Buffalino family channel, which will be the next one. So I'll put those dots just to split it up, and then bang. And that's like legitimately like, yeah, that the Buffalino channel there, those like the real Buffalino channel, like the actual.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the Facebook's the first one though, in that. All right. Does Bobby have a YouTube channel?
Yes, I do. I got banned for a long time from it during the COVID but I'm going to be putting up some stuff up there real soon. And actually, my goal is I'm going to have my own podcast channel soon too. Right?
Is it at Bob Bright?
Yep.
Or Bobby Bright?
My YouTube channel, I believe it's Bobby Bright. Yeah.
So it's at Bobby.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, social media, they killed me with the truth. Like, you know, there's conspiracy theory, you know, about everything I said came true. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Bobby. Oh, that's why I screwed up. I put Bobby Wright. It's Bobby Bright. I want to get that in there.
But I have lots of knowledge stuff on there.
Is it a B? Is it purple with a B? Because there's 3 Bobby Brights I'm seeing.
You'll see my picture. You can't miss me. I got the sunglasses on.
Oh no, yeah. See, if it won't come up though, because did you ever release any content on it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, during the COVID stuff, but maybe a couple of work things. Like I said, I got kicked, like banned, like punished for it, but I haven't been on.
Yeah, the only way you'd be able to find it is like basically like when you go on to, you have an @ and whatever your name is on that, like, you know what I mean? That's what you'd have to put in the search engine. Instead of just typing in your name on the search engine, you put @ and then whatever exactly your name is that you have on the @ of it. And it's not up though. It's not coming up.
Yeah, I have lots of knowledge stuff, esoteric stuff, strawman stuff. I got lots of education on there. That's what I'm into now. Right?
Oh, I'm an idiot, Bobby. Like all I had to do is this. Duh.
Yeah, we're on YouTube now.
No, I know
Apple
that.
Dumpling Gang strikes again. Yeah. I'll be right back.
No, I'm saying that you like I could even go to the Hard Life, and then I could just go to the comments, and there you are. You're at Bobby Bright 9334. Okay.
Yeah. But I'll be right back, bud. I gotta hit the head for a second.
Oh yeah, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. View channel. Oops. Oh yeah, I see it. Got some content on there. Now I'm going to put Bobby's YouTube up, and you can subscribe up though to Bobby's too, because he's going to be putting some content up on there, as he just said. So let me go into here, and incoming with Bobby's YouTube channel right now. Boom. So there's Bobby's YouTube. All right. While Bobby's in there doing that, let's see something real quick. I was trying to upload part of the interview though with the because there's 6 parts to it though, but the files though are too large. And today I just did that sneak peek though of part 2 of it though, so I don't think I have anything to show. No.
Frankie, we did all we could for the man.
Frank, we did all we could for the man. So let's see. We got Mike and Mary. What's going on, my brother? Great to see you always, as always, my man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, Mike. Hit that like button. Get this rocking and rolling. And the man with 20 live, Mike, I threw that Terminator, what do you call it, emoji up on your page because that you are legitimately the Terminator, and so grateful that you're feeling good. Frank had surgery today. Frank is doing great. Loving it. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that, brother. Really do. I can't wait until you see that great show. Yeah, no, it's always great when Bobby comes on. Always has good stuff to tell. You guys also ask some great questions. Rafa, great questions on that. Great questions.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it makes the show flow, you know.
Yes, Bob. Good buddies. You're a good man. Remember our 11-hour phone call?
Yeah, oh yeah, man. Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff. Yeah, and that's I love this woman to death. It's too bad what's going on over in the UK with if you hurt somebody's feelings now online, you're getting arrested over there. You believe that?
I know, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Rafa says, Loomis, you are good at this. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm good at this.
Oh, and that just said she guarded that Bronson serial killer. That's who it was. Yeah.
He's not a serial killer. You mean Charles Bronson?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. He's not a serial killer. He should have been out of prison a long time ago. He never really even killed anyone. He went to prison for robbing the freaking post office, and then he violated it. But he just beats the shit out of prison guards all the time. And then he was like,
oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they made a movie on Tom Hardy played him, and but I think he's still in there. And but they said it was UK's like toughest prisoner.
Yeah.
I never though, Ralph, I never hear that though, but I'll take it. You know, my psychiatrist told me I got to start being able to accept what is it? Because I used to hate compliments, but because that's part of like a ditch thing afterwards. Because like you're so down on yourself though. But Loomis, you're good at this. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you are, man. Like you're good, man. You're one of the best.
Well, you know, so but that's why like how you're like, dude, man, you've been going nonstop. And then last night, though, you were at Joe's, and then you had to edit, though, again, though, today, and then edit this and that. But I've been being away from it, though, for like, even if you take 4 or 5 days off from doing these, that's why I love coming on the live. That's why last night I did a live. It's like getting your reps in. It's like, you know, it's like anything. When you walk away.
Reprogramming your body and
Yeah, lives are tough. Crafty gave me like he's like Crafty Underworld Canada page.
Yeah,
he was like, like you know how we'd done the pre-recorded episode. How I was actually proud of myself on that one. I sat back, didn't interrupt the guest at all. Lives are more tough though because you're checking the comments and you're listening to the guest. So thank you, Rafa.
Yeah.
Bronson, though, Charles, he's, I'll tell you what, though, very interesting character, artist, too, though. He sells art, and, that probably would be making good. I mean, I don't understand why he's still in there, but so what this guy would do is he'd like oil himself up, and he'd be like this, just waiting for all the guards, right when they come, he'd just be like, wow, just like immediately, like,
tough. Just attack him. Oh, yeah, right. Right on. Yeah.
Tough guy. There's a guy named Dave Courtney from the UK, and he recently just committed suicide. And he actually made a video going, guys, I'm doing it. Don't feel sorry for me. I'm in agonizing pain. I miss being young. I miss doing this and that. But he said, though, when he was in there, and like even the hardest gangsters in the world, like when they were in there, were petrified of him. And even though he wasn't even like a killer, and he said that his first night he's laying in the bunk and all he hears is Courtney, Dave, and it's Bronson. You know what I mean? So he would just
he played with them, psychological warfare. Yeah.
Bronson, it's tough son of a bitch. Loomis, you make your guest feel comfortable, and Bobby is shining these episodes. You two are doing awesome.
Thank you for the compliment, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's why. Like I was even thinking, like today, And just like one of my real good friends, Mike Baz, you'll see an episode I'll be dropping like with him. There's just certain people though that Joe with Bobby's definitely one of them. Then like my friend Mike, we just it's like playing music, Bobby. Like what I can find I can be playing keyboards and find the best guitars, but you got to be able to it's the
Yeah.
it's not just the instrumentation; it's the
Yeah.
energy, every little ingredient
Yeah.
to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Rafa, well, yeah, this is fun. Will Bobby be getting into the '90s this episode?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah,
Well, if we have
I
time.
mean, sure, but where we at? Holy shit! But this is already an hour and 50 minutes. What time is it? 9:50. Hell yeah, Bobby. Well, if you want to start, well, first off, me and Bobby tonight were supposed to do the legitimate part 2 of the Hard Life pre-recorded, where it's all edited up and all that. And if you guys missed episode 1, I mean, I'm telling you, it's fantastic. And the reason why I'm saying it's fantastic is because I barely talk in it, and Bobby is telling stories. I don't freaking interrupt and all that stuff. And and what's his name? That I keep forgetting the name. Crafty. When I woke up the next day and he shared it, and I saw the clip of that, and I don't know. I loved it. I loved it. The people of Canada that started coming over and subscribing, though, man, they're coming into the chats. I love Bobby. I love your people, man. They're great people.
Yeah, and plus
they're positive.
He knows the time it takes to edit and put all this content together, like, you know what I mean, too, right? For everyone, too, right? That's why, like, if he gets somebody on his channel that's being rude or I don't understand. This is all about the information, the inside scoop, and he's telling them, and he gets his balls broken. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's the genre. That's just how they do. That's just what they do.
Like, who wakes up and go, I'm going to go on this channel and fuck, like what kind of?
That's what people do. Yeah, and then they get obsessed though. They get obsessed though, and the obsession is just real. Bobby, I could tell you stories about weirdos but I mean, I don't want you because that's what they want. They want you to react.
Yeah, but Crafty handles himself well. That's why he's called Crafty.
Why does Crafty get shit?
Well, I think he does a great job. Yeah, you guys got to check out his channel because he's just
I'm putting that up right now. Yeah, and then I'm gonna after I put this up though, because it's 2 minutes to 10 o'clock, then I'm gonna have you start getting into the 90s. What was I gonna say to you? Why does Crafty though get the internet beef guys saying shit to him?
There was a few times in the beginning where people were trying to say saying he talks too much or just stupid shit.
No, I'll tell you one thing about him. I'll tell you one thing.
But he's thorough, man. I would want that narrated. He does it you know what I mean? Like
the way. So listen, when I was watching us, here because then I'm gonna show though that what he did, the clip that he did.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back to show the clip, man. I'll be right back.
And the way how he breaks it down is awesome because he's giving you because you got to understand. Yes, of course, real ones who are watching out there, they're probably no duh, but not everyone who's watching was a street person or anything like that. So the way he breaks it down, but it's it's Canadian.
It's in Montreal, Quebec.
I know, but what's the name of the channel?
Crafty One, Canadian Underground.
Oh, I thought Crafty was at the end. Okay. Oops. Sorry, guys and ladies. Crafty One, Canadian. Underground. No, that's not it. Oh, I put Craft and 01. I didn't put Crafty. Maybe that's why. Let me see. Yep, there we go. And then what I'll do is, all right. So So when I woke up, I saw this. Bobby ended up texting me the next day, and I was. I'm going to show this real quick, Bob,
Yep.
and share screen.
He did another one today too, man. I was like, wow, you know.
So I love though the way though how he. All right, so real quick before
Didn't deny or confirm, right?
or you'll get like copyrighted, even if he gives me permission. So the name of the channel here, and guys, just so you know, I'm gonna have to like hit pause, and that's why he hits pause at times too, because when you have other people's content up, you have to go. That's how you can't just let stuff just play. You know, you have to know. So, but it's called Crafty One Canadian Underground is the channel, and he put this up. Check it out. And this is how
No,
he
it's Canadian crime news. Yeah.
Oh wait, what is it, Bobby?
Canadian crime news. Crafty One Canadian crime news.
All right.
He's covering all the bombings and all the shootings with the bikes and the mob and everything, man.
Crafty One Canadian Crime News is what we're going to be watching here.
So our names got even bigger, right, with those guys, right? So, yeah, so that's how.
Listen up carefully. Look at this.
Dealing with the Italians, how all that started from that time. Right.
Not to go too far off track, could you tell me a little bit? Because I was always fascinated. They called him the John Gotti of Canada. Do you know anything about the Rizzutos?
Oh yes, yeah. I'll tell you how we met him. Like I said, Dean was always like when we were together, he was always doing something, right? So anyway, I says we're going to Montreal. We're gonna go and meet these guys. I go, what guys? He goes, he says this guy. Like this is probably 1988, 89. It was a couple of years after the three captain thing, right? So Dean's telling me,
Banana three captain.
Yeah. So we go, we're gonna go sit down because he was one of Rizzuto's lieutenants. His name was Renaud Desjardins, right? And that's who Dean's linked with. They linked.
So just to be clear, Dean was his best friend. They were best friends. This older gentleman here, Crafty One, he's been with us for a long time, a very long time. Bobby Bright, and he promised that he would start doing interviews online, etc. And he talks about his upbringing, how he grew up, and now he's mentioned his friend Dean, who's gone. He unfortunately got murdered, as often unfortunately happens. So that's what he's talking about, his best friend. And he's just to make it clear, his friend was an associate with Reynald Desjardins, and that would be in the early-ish 90s. I think he said 88, but probably between 88 till like 93 is that era of Reynald Desjardins was still he was importing some I'm afraid to say the word here, the brown chocolate. You know the brown chocolate, the green plant, you convert it to brown chocolate. I remember he was suspected of bringing in loads from, I think it was what was that country in the Middle East with the Libya? I think it was Libya. It was bringing that from Libya back then, and so it checks out perfectly with what this guy is about to tell us. He's talking about his friend Dean, who was working with him, and obviously he was working with them too, But he's talking about his best friend right now, just to situate you in this whole affair here.
Boom. Can't hear, man. Boom. Boom. Eric, can't hear you. Can't hear you. Yeah.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Yeah.
All right. So that because the only way I could hear that is when I unplugged that. So thanks for reminding me. But what I just said though was that is where like he gets, I guess, hate though from is how he bring. I think when he hits pause, he's articulating and painting the picture for everyone else like that doesn't know. I think he does it. I think he does it awesome. Like like I wasn't like annoyed once, like by like because I was watching like our interview and I'm like, you would think I'd be like, no, I want to see how it was going. But every time he stopped and I listened to what he was saying, he was just spot on. So if people get annoyed by that, and also people don't understand though, this is not easy to do. Like it might look easy to do, but he does a fantastic job. So let's get back to that. And again, we are watching Crafty One Canadian Crime News.
Up when Dean was doing a little bit of time, that's where they met. But anyways, so we drove down to Montreal, and he's telling these guys are serious. Like he's going, these guys went down to New York, and he's telling me the story, right? So okay. So anyway, we meet in this fancy restaurant, and there he is sitting at the table. He welcomed us. We're the kids.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I want you to understand the entire flow. He just said they went to. His friend told him, yeah, these guys, they're serious. They went to New York. He's talking about specific event. I think he said the three captains. Those who don't know, the Bananos. I think it's Joseph Messino. He wanted to kill three of the captains. Bananos. I don't know the reason. I can't recall, but Vito Rizzuto was flown into New York, or he drove there, and he was part of that team, But Vito Rizzuto, of course, he denied it. You can't blame him, astute as he is. He said, "Oh, I was just a point guy, I was just there to point him," or something like that, or watch the door, watch the door for security purposes, But he was there, and that's why Vito went to prison, and that's why the whole mafia thing crumbled and the enemies attacked. And funny enough, Reynald Desjardins, and the time that he's speaking about is when Reynald was friends with Vito. So remember that he was friends with Vito, and now his friends is just alluding to that. Oh yeah, these guys are serious. He went to New York. I mean, I'm just very fascinated by how I believe Bobby. Obviously, the guy told him this, but I'm fascinated how. Remember that Vito never got charged. This is 1988 to 93. He never got charged. It's not out there. He's not. This should be a secret. This should be a secret. But that means someone told his friend that these guys went to New York to do a hit. Now I find that very. They can't keep much of a secret, huh? You think they would keep this element extremely secret? They should not know that he went there for the three captain thing. But his friend let him know this at that time. So it just makes you. I'm just giving you that so we can appreciate the reality on the ground. That how things end up eventually happening. How word gets out, perhaps. But let's keep going. So that's what he was talking about. I'm going to rewind a little bit so we can recapture the flow here. Sorry about that.
All right, so I loved how he was, and that's like you said, Bobby, like that's what people get aggravated at, but like he's trying to because that should be like a secret. And he's telling like, and that's before it hit the news and all that. And like he was friends though with Tim. So he's just given like, the way he's painting that picture, I think is I know he does a fantastic job, like fantastic.
Yeah, he's thorough. That's what I like. I like when he does that. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother. Like, I don't know why it would even bother anyway, because.
Well, that's just how though people are though. And he's doesn't, I hope he doesn't let people stop him from doing that but the way he articulates it too. And I like his voice though too, but the way though, how he articulates it though is just, it makes a lot of sense.
Sometimes he says it in French and then English. Like the guy's just amazing, because he's bilingual, right? So
yeah,
because his channel has both French and English, right? So
all right.
We
so
want
right
to make
now,
sure everybody's getting, what he's putting.
Yeah, because the people could just be like watching what's going on and not knowing but you know what it is though, Bobby. people don't think that, that it's all like, oh, I'm the only person on earth. So maybe someone who already knows that is going to get mad. Well, he's not thinking about all the other people who are watching.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. People come on and they think that you're doing it for them, like only them,
Yeah, exactly. Though.
Yeah.
All right. So right now we are watching Crafty One, Canadian crime news.
Guys,
after the three captain thing, right? So Dean's telling me,
Banana three captain.
Yeah. So we go, we're gonna go sit down because he was one of Rizzuto's lieutenants. His name was Renaud Desjardins, right? And that's who Dean's linked with. They linked up when Dean was doing a little bit of time. That's where they met. But anyways, so we drove down to Montreal, and he's telling these guys are serious. Like he's going, these guys went down to New York, and
he says he came to Montreal. He's from Toronto, by the way, just so you know.
Well, he's telling me the story, right?
He's Ontarian.
Okay. So anyway, we meet in this fancy restaurant, and there he is sitting at the table. He welcomed us. We're the kids, so we get introduced as the kids from Toronto, right? And so we sat down. We had a meal with the guy. He's cracking jokes. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Like right? And there was boxing going on. So the plan was that we were to sit down, talk business with his lieutenant, and then have dinner, and then go to the fights, right? And that's what we did. So that was our first introduction to him, and we sat right behind him. He had his crew, and we were right behind him, right? And he kept coming back, and you know what I mean, talking to us and all that stuff, right? So but his crew that we were associated with big time. We used to have comforters. A friend of ours had like a store. He sold comforters, like camping stuff, basically, right? So we used to use his truck and bring back stuff from Montreal through that. But we used the comforters, so we used to stash all this is when we're doing hash, right? So we get like 200 plates of hash, 200 keys, right? And then we bring it back, right? So that's how we used to do it.
You
right?
see, he's talking about.
Sorry, because I had to plug my mic in because you only get like a time limit or you'll get copyrighted, and I had to come all the way back and plug this in. So, yes, we are watching Crafty Crime News. Oh, sorry. We're watching Crafty Canadian Crime News.
About the brown chocolate. I told you, for those who are just jumping in, the brown chocolate, what's his name? Reynald Desjardins, who he's talking about, that's his load. It checks out perfectly. He was there was a huge operation at that time. Now he might be talking about 88, but he may have jumped by now. But what he's talking about, I believe, is going to be between 88 to 93-ish. But I believe that operation that I told you about, the cops, put the webs together, busted a few people, or it may have even busted Reynald. I can't recall, but that was in 93-ish, guys. So around there, and he's talking about that it was about the brown plant from Libya. This is before they got busted. Obviously, he's talking about you're getting the inner workings a little bit. He's obviously part of it somewhere in that pipeline. If you've analyzed what he just said to you,
mostly went through Renard, but we're very rarely in the presence of Vito, right? But
Reynald Desjardins.
But I can tell you that my time, like Dean more than me, but he was a straight up guy. He was funny, you know what I mean, and he can, you know what I mean, like he wasn't just he can go, right, and he liked the action, right? Yeah, he was.
I apologize. You can't see my whole screen. I tried everything. I can't do it. I apologize for that. I did try. Trust me.
I was impressed, Right? Yeah, right.
And he was so in his rep, everyone around knew like this guy was the real Vito Rizzuto.
Yeah.
Like reputation was through the roof.
Yeah, like he wasn't big then, because after that he got up in status, so he became his father's, I guess, one of his top captains or something, and had his own crew, right? But he was like Dean, a magnet, like the way him and Dean remind me of each other, because people were just drawn to these guys, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Very charismatic too.
Yeah, right. And the same with Dean, right? So like I said, he more interacted with those guys in Montreal than I did, right? Right. But a few times I was in his company, and we were doing a lot of business with them, though. Right. I'd meet his bag man, you know, right. when we have to pay, they send somebody down, or we go there, or whatever what the situation was. And that went on for years. Damn. And then in the, so let's jump in the 90s when,
All right, I'm gonna stop this video here because at the end of the day, that's not my content. You know, that's our friend. You need to go watch it on his own channel. Watch the whole thing. There's a lot more you can learn about the underworld, things like that. Okay.
I gotta keep the mic again. You are watching Crafty. You're watching Crafty One Canadian Crime News.
I don't want to. I'd love to watch the rest, but I want to be fair to the guy. I don't want to. You know, he worked hard for it. You need to go on the Loomis show right here. Canadian Criminal Enterprises is the video. Just get it out. Watch it, man. Watch it. And I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna stream. We're gonna go to listen to the news. And shout out to Bobby Bright. He kept his word. He said he was gonna do this. He was going to do this. He told me this at least 6 months ago. You know, and I promised him. I said, whenever you do, I promise I will push it. You know, I'll do what I can to push it. So here you go, Bobby. I kept my part of my bargain. I told you I would do this. You know. Just I have my limit. I'd love to continue. Trust me. It's just out of respect for the Loomis show. This Irishman on the left, he looked Canadian to me, you know. And then he sounded Canadian to me. But then I figured out he's from Boston. You know, he's from Boston. He's a pretty cool guy, you know. And I like the hat. Actually, I have like about a collection of 10 hats like that, straight from Ireland. From Ireland myself. But it's pretty cool. I think his interview skills is great. You know, he knows exactly what questions to ask, how much. He lets the other person speak. He's fantastic. You know, I highly recommend. Let's help this channel. You know, boost. Watch this. By the way, I also did the stream right now, right this very second, for a specific reason, to maximize the benefits for Bobby Bright and Loomis. You know why? If you enjoy this part, what I just showed you, that was just part 1. There's actually a part 2 coming tonight. I believe it's at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. for me is Eastern time. So I'm guessing he's from Boston. It's the same thing, right? Should be same time as ours. So in like 50 minutes, he will be live again. Bobby Bright on the Loomis show. Freaking great, no? So if you liked what you just saw with the Crafty One, go support our friends there. And yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you. I'm going to stream our regular news.
What a class act he is. Like, top respect, manners, true gentleman, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, 100%. I mean, like, you know, he and just the way how he breaks everything down. I got a kick out of he's from Boston, and he's no, he looks Canadian, and I was like, oh, at first I was like, what? But then no, he's like from Ireland, same too. This hat here, great Ireland.
You got the Peaky Blinders hat, yeah.
And then then this one too, straight from Ireland, and then this is the normal my real family crest. It was DOHERTY.
Wow, awesome.
But when they came over Ellis Island, my great grandpa, who I got to meet, they changed it to DOUGHERTY. Yeah. But yeah, right before my pop though got sick though, he got to go over there though with my mom, and yeah. So the Crafty One, folks, check him out. It's a great channel. And yeah, no, but like what Rasha said, no, I am absolutely all in though to the Canadian no stuff. And what we'll do now though, real quick, is real quick, Crafty's the one who introduced me to your channel. I've been following your channel since then. Keep up the good work. Shout out to Bobby too. Thank you, YouTube user.
Thank you,
Appreciate
YouTube
that.
user. Yeah.
Loomis, you are muted. Yeah, you know what? That's and for some reason, whenever I go and play something else, it gets muted. And when I'm sharing, I have to go up and do the tab and do this weird stuff. But I figured it out though. And let's see, back with Loomis. I like Rafa. It's where are you from? So she must be over in the UK, huh?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go to sleep, Dad, if you like, hon. Like, no problem, hon. I know it's late there.
Are you giving her permission, Bobby? That was very nice of you. That's it.
No, I'm just. Oh, she's such a beautiful.
No, I know. I'm breaking balls. I'm busting balls. Breaking balls, Bobby. Will Bobby be getting it in? Yes, he will be. 1 second. He's not a killer, no. Who's she talking about? Was that what you're talking about, Bronson? No, not a killer. Yeah, okay, that's right. Because Bronson was right. Because that was like 2 questions up. And okay, so we're caught up on the comments, and now we are going to. It is 10:22. We're gonna at least go to 11 p.m. and we'll let Bob. And don't forget, like I started laughing though. And he's like, guys, it's 7. Oh, I did this on purpose to maximize the benefits because in 20 minutes or whatever, part 2 comes out. Well, guess what, folks? Loomy fell asleep and didn't wake up till 2:14 in the morning. Remember, I told you, and I was supposed to go to Joe's that night too, and I told Joe, but I even had my alarm on though. But I remember I woke, and it's not an excuse, but when I woke up Friday, edited, did our episode, edited it, and then I woke up Friday at 6 a.m. and I didn't go to bed till Sunday until it was like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. It was like when I fell asleep, and then. Sorry, Bobby, but we got it done though anyway, though, the next day.
Yeah, this stuff's a lot of work. Yeah.
Oh, the editing, though.
Like,
editing, like,
when,
well, what you got to do, too, is when you're editing, you got to, like, to splice it back in, and then you put a picture in there that's, like, I like to have it, like, flow across, and I don't get lazy with the editing. Like, sometimes I'll be like, should I really, though, put a pic there? And then the other guy in my head's like, yeah, dude, because once this is up, who cares if you're tired and you want to get this over with? Once it's up forever. So I just try to make it as best as possible.
Yeah. Hey,
like,
the light's really in my eyes. I'm putting these on. I'm not trying to be a tough guy or nothing. Disrespect your show like I'm somebody.
Well, Bobby, I had these on the whole entire show. What are you talking about? Why do you think I have them on?
Yeah, the light's right in. Like it's.
Oh, dude, no, it's terrible. I know. That's really. Listen. I get it, man. And that one right there is a what do you call 18? I think 18 no inch and maximized on the lens. And that's you know what I used to watch. I always used to watch people wearing no sunglasses, no indoors doing that. And I'm like, all right, you're inside.
When I like to talk, I like the people to see my eyes. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
But same here though. But the point is though,
it's really my head's just like from the light.
And I do a lot of these, and if I'd be getting migraines all day. These are the best things I got, and at least these ones though you can still kind of see. That's why I like these because you can still see my eyes a little bit, but it's not.
Okay, I'm not trying to. Hey man, like I walked in Dean's shadow. You know what I mean? Like I just followed him, man. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you don't have to explain. You don't have to explain yourself at all, man. I totally get it with the light, but if you want to, and also too, when if you're gonna go get in a little bit into the 90s right now, you're also going to be doing it though on the pre-record because the pre-record is like the edited up version. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put part 1 of what the episode that he was just watching, and then when we do the next pre-record, I'm going to put them both. Like I'll release part 2 of of the pre-record on its own. But then after that's up, then I'll put them both together, and it'll be like a 4-hour long episode that people could just watch, though. But right now, real quick before you do that, though, Bobby, folks, please hit the like button, subscribe, and still leave comments, because afterwards, though, we're going to get to the comments and ask questions, and hit the like, subscribe, share, and share on your social media platforms, because it really does help, and more exposure though for not only me though, but for Bobby, and let's keep it rocking, Bobby. So take it away.
Yeah,
we got.
I'll have to start at another a new rock and roll place where we started. Like the word was out, like I was telling earlier, that we always got asked to run the security or bodyguard or something, right? And so this place was called Rock and Roll Heavens. I believe you have a picture with Dean with the shirt on, right? I sent you, right? Just him sitting alone. He's got a black shirt and it says Rock and Roll Heavens. Anyways, the owner of that place, his name was that's the one. Yep. Right. Yep. The owner of Rock and Roll Heavens was his name was Gareth Brown. He used to also own I think 2 other clubs, but so he knew us from there, the way we roll and how we kept everybody in line and stuff like that, right? So he got us down there, which they were getting like guys like Gene Simmons and like a lot of like rock and rollers promoting new bands and stuff like that. So it was a great place, great music, and this is also the peak of when the clubs patched over to the Hells Angels too, right? So everybody like in the East End, Rock and Roll Heavens, downtown Young Street, just off of Young Street, but still considered the East End. So we had all the East End people all piled in there because of the music and the groups and stuff like that. Yeah. So anyways, So Dean told me that Garrett asked him, so he tells me, right? So Dean goes, we got a new place to do our thing. That means, sell some product. You know what I mean? We have a couple of our guys, right, to sell some product, right? So anyways, this goes on for a while. And then one night we come in, Gareth called, left a message saying that he wanted me and Dean to go into the kitchen and have a little short meeting. So we go in there. He's there with 2 undercover cops, right? So see what we were doing before this happened, we were weeding out all the drug dealers so our guys could do it. Like our guys used to go into the washroom and to buy product off the guy, and then they come up and point at me and Dean would walk in and hey, no drugs, doing that, take his bag, right? And kick him out, right? That was a scam, right? So anyway, I guess that got around that there's a lot of drug dealing going on, but it was all our guys. Anyways, we get called in. To have a little meeting with the owner, and he's there with 2 cops. So he started asking us, Bobby, have you noticed we're hearing there's a lot of drug dealing? I mean, no, like who? Like we're getting information. Who do you think? Like, you know what I mean? Like who do you think is doing that? She said, well, we're not sure. So he goes, what I want you guys to do tonight, right? These 2 guys are undercover cops. When you see somebody, you just let them know. Right? Meanwhile, there are guys. You know what I mean? So we tip off all our guys that not tonight, boys. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. Right. But now when you're working in a big place, that was a big rock and roll place.
Now, would they just tell you not to? Sorry for cutting. But now, would they just tell you because they were your guys, or were you?
Well, me and Dean we planted them down there, but first we got rid of.
No, meaning like were you to give payoffs?
Yeah. Like it was perfect. We had that place locked down, right?
So you're paying though your guy, the cops, to give you the info.
No, not those cops in particular.
That's what I was asking. If it was okay.
Yeah. We had one cop. I don't know if I should say his name. He was
No,
sleeping.
you don't got to say anything on the agreement or whatever.
He was sleeping with a friend of ours, and we had him under our thumb because he was married, and and he was into taking Percodons and doing this, and he's an undercover cop, right? So when we approached him, well, she started a fight, and we came to her rescue, and then he was embarrassed, right? Because like she was like of age of that, but right? He got caught with his pants down. Let's just say he was compromised that night, right? So, anyways, so that place was so big, so you got everybody, not a East End guys. You have people from the West like come all over because of the music. So now we're mingling with other crews that don't know us. You know what I mean? And that place was just, man, they're fight all the time, man. Like, wow, it was just crazy as hell, man. Crazy as hell in that place, So, but anyways, some of the guys that wanted to, after they established that we were the guys, and so we ended up doing some business and all that with other people, and these guys were into the heroin, and this is the one thing I regret my whole life is getting into that business. I'll tell you, you meet the most ruthless, cowardly, disgusting people in that business. Like, for instance, when they get product, they have to test it out and see after they mix it and everything. I was present when they were mixing it up, and they pulled some young girl off the street. She couldn't be more old than 14 years old. They gave her the product, and then she OD'd, and they threw her in the bathtub and just turned on the shower and just left her there. She wakes up. Like stuff like that I saw. You know what I mean? Like, wow. And you got to hold your water, like, because these guys, like, some of them were they're gangsters, like they're crazy, but for human life, they had no regard for. It was all about the product. And the one guy, I remember when she was dead, okay, he goes, happy, they're high-fiving, we got good product. Like, that made me sick. It made me sick to my stomach, right?
Oh, man. Because of what happened to her.
Just the disregard. She's a kid, a street kid, like I used to be. That's how a lot of that stuff went on. Like, when the heroin was flooding the streets, right?
And they did that in Harlem too. They would get like some of those junkie, and like they would.
Everybody does it. That's common practice in that game. Like, I learned a lot from it. So I told Dean about these guys. So we took them out. Like we robbed them. We took everything and send them back where the fuck they were from, with their tail between their legs, anyways, right? So now we got all this product. I know a Chinese guy. This is how I ended up with the Chinese right? I used to know a guy. He was from Burma, and he was a big wig in his gang. The Chinese they're quiet, and they have gambling houses that you would never think that were there, because they mask everything very well. Like, when I went into their club, there was a door maybe that came up to my chin, and then when you go in, it's a big casino. But how they have it regimented is that you got your teen gangs, then you got your adult gangs, then you got the older, and so on, and then like, you know what I mean? Then you see the big guys, right? And it just, wow, I was just blown away, right? So we're making a deal, like, bottom dollar. I just wanted to get rid of that crap, right? The longer I had it, the more I thought of that poor girl, you know what I mean? Like, both of us, right? So that was a catalyst for more, because my friend, like, he knows of me, right? And so he was talking to his boss about something, and we did some work. Chinese don't like to mix with anybody else, so if somebody of another race owes them money, that's where we came in, right? And wow, we did a lot of shit, man. Like, and we're only like early 20s at this time. You know, like early
Oh,
20s.
so we're okay. We're at the 20s now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, after right. But
I do got to say this, Bobby. I mean, I interviewed a lot of people though before, and like your story, like I remember when we were first talking, like I was like, oh wow, like man, this is insane. And then you're like, all right, so I think you said it's like, so now it's like almost my 14th birthday. I'm like, what? 14th? I thought like it was like your whole career already. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Dealing with the Chinese was I really liked it. They were very smooth operators, them guys, right? But deadly. Like, I mean, you talk about make one phone call, you got 100 guys. Like when you got gangs like that in Chinatown, they're just waiting for something to pop off. Like, you know what I mean? Right? But what an army, right?
Yeah.
But that we saw a lot of low regard for human life with teenagers in that business, especially even with the Chinese too. Right? Like everybody that's in that business, when they want to test it out, they test it out on their own. But like I said, I was present and I just watched somebody kid OD. But you got to hold your water, right? Like right? But I was blinded by the money, how fast I could get something, and then get rid of it and stacks of money, and they paid. And the thing is, just where you're doing business, man, you got perks with them. Like, you know what I mean? Like we were treated like, and plus Dean being a martial artist himself, so he had a lot of common with their guys, and we were like this for a while with the Chinese, right? But what a dirty business.
Yeah, here, like so when I sold cocaine, it was more of an annoying business because people are banging at your fucking door at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning doing whatever. Heroin, though, I was just a little freaked out because I never sold it. But if I did sell it though, I mean, overdoses, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, did you ever feel responsible at all? Because if you did, I'm going to tell you right now, you shouldn't. Forget.
Well, what do they say? The worst crime is when good men do nothing. And
yeah, but you got to understand though. I will say
we're in a predicament now. We do something, then
but if you didn't sell it to them, someone else though was going to though.
And
So
plus,
if I did, gun to their head.
Yeah, right. But like in the underground, you got to get permission from the higher ups. You know what I mean? About despicable things that we saw. Like these guys were literally high fiving. We got good product. Like they were like, blow up the balloons. I couldn't believe how excited they were about that.
While the girls in the tub.
Yeah, and me being a street kid and all the creeps and foster care and all that I encountered and it was very sensitive to me, right?
It probably took a lot though for you to just keep your mouth shut or whatever at that time, right?
I seen a lot of stuff, man. I'm telling you, like for the longest time, like when I got out of it, man, I couldn't sleep at night. And I even, I got hooked on I was a heroin addict for 10 years after it,
Yeah.
So,
that's the toughest though. So when you became an addict, were you selling it too at the same time?
No, I was just buying it. I wanted nothing to do with it except for my habit, right? Like I said, we meet the most vile, and I mean vile people in that business.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, they're. I mean, think about what they're doing though, even just to get and plus, you're probably dealing with people. You ever deal with people that didn't even know have cash though, but they were coming with a bunch of other stuff. Here, man, I'll give you this, or they're begging.
No, I wasn't small time. Like I always dealt in volume, right?
Okay. So I got you.
Yeah, right. And nobody. There's only a few people knew where I lived, and I'm still am a private guy, right? Like that's what I mean. Like being on here, I'm pretty nervous, right? Right. So I mess up the timelines here and there, but But just that part of my life with the Chinese, wow, you know, human trafficking, you know, you see that, like, you know, you can't say nothing, right? Like you got to be hard with those guys because they're like men of men. You show any weakness with those guys, then they're gonna think maybe you're a cop, like you know what I mean, like, you know. So very scary business, you know. And now today is that fentanyl stuff, and so many young people are involved in that, you know. Like they even teach these kids how to press. They're making like oxys out of them, and they're out there selling them. Like you got kids like how I was. They have them working pressing the pills for them. Like
well, the dark web though too, like the dark web
with their backpacks on. You know what I mean? Going there after school job, pressing fentanyl pills. Like, you know, it's a dirty, filthy, disgusting business.
That's the one thing I just don't understand though is you know, because you're killing all of your you know, your clientele. You're killing them.
Yeah. Like I mean, like shame on me for not speaking up. Like, you know what I mean? Like I really felt bad because, like I said, another crime is when good men do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, not that I was a good man, I was still in the game, and you know, but that is crossed my, you know, line. Like, you know what I mean? Killing kids right in front of like witnesses. Like that's what I mean. Like, just say one of those guys get paranoid or get caught and thinking that one of us over, then we're getting it. Like these guys are ruthless, man. Like, and you'll never see it coming. You know, there's so many different races in that game. They could call any crew and say, you know, right? We never see it coming. They come down to the club and sacrifice themselves. These guys are like kamikazes. Some of these guys, like some of the stuff I saw, right? I used to think, no, that's dumb, you know, but they're honored to do that because when they go to jail and when they get out, they're taken care of. They get they're higher up in their gang, and they might get a club to run, but like they're very organized, man. You know, you know, like it's wow. But shame on me, then, for you know. You know.
Well, I mean, you could say shame on you though, but I mean, you know, good on you though that you got out of it though.
Yeah, but I was in it for a while, man. Like,
yeah, but I mean, you know,
I got greedy. I love the money, you know, and I like being treated like a king.
I can tell from your body language though that, you know, it definitely bothers you. That it's bothering you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Just like when I was writing this stuff down, man, like it. Whoa, you know, it's just my childhood on. Then all the death I see, senseless death, like, you know what I mean, and and all the kids, like, you know, naturally, me being a street kid, I'm gonna feel something for that, right? Like it's just a ruthless, sick, and the people are so vile.
Yeah.
And you're only as good as your last dollar. Like, just say, they, you know, they say front you a key or something, and they want you to have it in a week. Now, if you're late, they're sending a goon squad. Never mind all the champagne and, you know what I mean, patting themselves on the back. You know, cutthroat, man. You know what I mean? Like, it was very nerve wracking, but I had, you know, had my shit together, like, you know.
Well, that's why I asked you the question, though, if you were using though while you were selling though at the same time.
No,
too, because
that
would
was
be
the aftermath. That was the aftermath.
Aftermath, yeah. Okay.
Right, because I'm looking at you know, my children, and it's just it just really, you know, when you go through that yourself, being preyed upon, when people are supposed to be taking care of you and they're trying to have sex with you while you're sleeping, and they, like, you know, like, think about that, you know, right?
And like, that's we were bringing that up to like that movie Sleepers, though, like juvenile detention center where the guards are.
Just sick. Yeah, like, you know, it's just when it comes to kids, man, like they're preyed upon, and the way they lure them in too, right? You know what I mean? That's the real, like, what they do to them is sick. The way they lure in, promise them the world, and you know what I mean, and then wow.
and then like they're just little defenseless little kids, and like these are guards, and like I mean the kids that can't say if like did you ever know like I always wonder too like whenever I read about that stuff and I watched the movie Sleepers, I was always like like you let it out like why how come though not let an outside source know or whatever like while you're in there or like 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 were you too afraid or is that what like more the people were just too afraid to speak?
Yes, terrified. It wasn't the guards. It was the kids, but the guards let it go on, right? Like they know there was
Oh, so it wasn't the guards next to you.
no,
Okay,
no, it was the kids because this place was called Under 21, right? And
okay.
So the oldest kid in there was 21, and they were the ones that were doing it. But whatever they had going on, like they used to steal your money and stuff like that, and then kick up to the guards, right? Like, but the guards knew what was going on. That's the sick part. Like the guards weren't all that bad there, but bad apples everywhere.
Could you see me?
Yep.
Did I go off the screen?
Yeah, this for a second or two.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So anyways, so after I got out of that, Dee and I got a lot of gigs bodyguarding, working at Heavens. Like for instance, we bodyguarded Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley and Mick Jagger, Ron, where we actually got our pictures taken with them, right? So
nice.
Yeah.
I just want to say hello real quick to NYC Crime Spot. NYC, your co-host Frank jumped on my show last night, and I told him though that I had this going on though at like 8 though. I was gonna try to jump in at 7 though, but he came on last night though. We had like a good talk for like about a half hour.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I watch his channel, so I like him.
Yeah. And I don't know if he told you I don't know if he was watching though, Brett, when I called up the one guy from Angels though show and he answered and stuff. But you should watch last night's live. Go to the 50-minute mark though. Yeah. I just wanted to say hello to Brett though, and that's NYC Crime Spot, fantastic channel.
Yeah, and before we take questions, just
go ahead.
I was telling you about the silver lining. Those who have watched part 1 about my mother, I because of my anger, she actually came back to Toronto, but I had nothing to do with her. Like I could have had her. Well, I'll get to that. Like she made attempts to contact. I just wouldn't have it. Fuck her, right. So anyways, one night it's her birthday. She was in the hospital. My mother was in like not an old age home, but in home care, and it was her birthday, or before her birthday, she had to get rushed to the hospital because it turns out she was abused. She had bruises all over her arm. They're giving her third-hand medication. Like here's the racket. They're getting medications and selling it to somewhere else and giving them all the cheap, dirty stuff. Like, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways, my cousin come over and he told me that your mom's in the hospital. It doesn't look good. I'm like, oh well, I'm not going. So my cousin Cyril and my cousin Lance, they basically had to drag me to go see her in the hospital, right? So anyways, we go up there. It's January 19th. We're at the hospital. That's my mother's birthday, January 19th. So I go in the room, and the last time I seen my mother, was in 1983. You know what I mean, right? So when I seen her laying in the bed, her body was bloated. She looked like a mountain from bloatation from whatever was going on in her body, from her kidneys and stuff like that. Her hair was so long and gray. They never even gave her a haircut or anything. Like it was disgusting what I saw. But at the same time, when I saw my mother like that, I forgave every, just something, just wow. and the way she was laying down, her pillows weren't even set properly, like they were on awkward. So I went over to her and I lifted her up a bit just to adjust her pillows, and then her eyes opened, and then she looked at me and she smiled. And the only person in the world that calls me Robert was my mother. And she went, Robert. And then all of a sudden, eyes closed, and she died right there in my arms.
Oh,
Like that.
Jesus, I'm so sorry, man.
Wow. I felt like such a piece of shit. I could have had her living with me a long time ago. Like you know what I mean? Like all that hit me at once. Like just seeing so helpless and vulnerable, and these people, what they did to her in that so-called medical home. Yeah, she died right in my arms, but she died with a smile, because when my cousins picked me up, they actually said that your mom's waiting for you. That's what they told me. She wants to see you. She's waiting for you. Right? I thought they were just saying that to lure me in there. But it turns out they were right.
So are you still angry though at the from the stories that you told? Oh, like you remember like when you were thrown out in the cold, all that stuff and all.
It all went, man. When I seen her like that, my mom.
What I'm saying is that why though? Do you think maybe though that like you didn't have her to live with you because like you were still just like angry at?
Yeah, I was. Like she made several attempts to get with me, to apologize. You know what I mean? To apologize. I wouldn't have it. I was just a total fucking dickhead about it. You know what I mean? Stubborn. Just I was disgusted with myself, because I knew that if years before that happened, when she came back, I could have had her living with me. You know what I mean? Instead of her ending up in these shithole fucking, like disgusting. She actually she lost her eyesight. Like my sister Paula had her, and my mom smoked, and my mom was very sloppy with their cigarettes, and my sister's kids were very young then, and she was afraid that my mom would start a fire like she did before when we were kids. That's how our fire started. Her doctor had her on medications, and she fell asleep with a cigarette, and it molded into the couch, right? And then wow, we were all in bed sleeping, and then all of a sudden the whole downstairs was on. We're lucky we got out. We lost everything. I used to have hockey cards, like they would be worth killer. I had almost every team, man. My team back then was the Philadelphia Flyers in the 70s. I like Boston, the Flyers, of course Toronto, and Montreal, right? You know what I mean, right? I had every year from I had a good hockey card collection. I lost that. We lost everything. Plus, my dad being a musician, he had some good stereo equipment and material stuff. But at the end of the day, if we didn't get out when we did, Right.
Damn, man. I mean, that's tough, man. And
it's just weird when they know they're going, right? And she's fought every pain that she was like. You should have seen her arms, bro, man. Her arm looked like she had patches. She had patches of purple, like deep embedded, like it looked like she was bleeding internally in her arms and stuff like that, and plus her hair was so gray and not even cut her, like, you know what I mean? Like, wow, they just, man, when I seen her like that, man, it was just like, oh my God. I go, I said to him, what have I done? You know what I mean? Right. Like yeah. I felt that, I don't know why, like, but that's my mom,
Yeah, no, I know. And I mean, like, with family, it's hard for me to say but from part one, from what happened to you with the guy whose head you smashed open, and then like, when you were left out in the cold and like stuff like that. But, she was like under his spell basically, right? Like,
yeah, I didn't understand all that then,
yeah.
Now, right. That's what I mean. When you're a kid, you make so many because you grow up tough, you grow up hard, you're no nonsense. Like anybody walked in my imaginary square, like being aggressive, I dinged them first. Combination, not just a lot of guys like to throw hockey pie. I throw combinations right away, right? You know what I mean, right? And that got me in a lot of trouble because guys, I always thought people thought like me, but they didn't. You know, just like when all our so-called code of honor and stuff, we think everybody knows that, but they don't. You know, right? So, you know, just stupid ego, pride. You know, that's why today I don't.
What do you mean though? Like, what do you mean? Like when you got in a fight, you would throw more than one punch?
Yeah, right off the bat, I had this imaginary box.
You gotta though do that.
Yeah,
you can't take
but a lot of guys, a lot of kids grow up because watching hockey, they just telegraph, like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, you know, but that got me in a lot of trouble. Like a lot of guys fall hard, man, split their head open. Like,
no, fighting is a serious thing, man.
But
like,
I hit one guy one time, and there was fucking fluid coming out of his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
my buddy Dave though, one time he hit the guy, and then he freaking dragged him down the steps, and he just started smashing. Every time he was hitting him, the guy's head though was hitting on the back of the pavement though behind him, and he just kept going. And I'm like, dude,
when the guy went down though, I wasn't one of those guys that kept going though. I don't know why, because I was a stack of heavyweight.
Good. Right? That's good. That's why I was telling Dave, like, I didn't like the ones though now here's what I always said. You know what they say when you're fighting, if you get someone and you hit them and they go down, they're down. Okay, it's done. It's circumstances though. If someone though, like, fucked with your fucking mom and you hit them like,
then you
like hit them once, and they and then they just get knocked out.
When I beat him, man, a blood splatter. I had blood.
Yeah, there's a different element to it. But if you just get in a fight, there should be rules like, the normal rule is either the guy taps or you get the better of him. Okay, it's done. It's done. Yeah. But, if you hit someone, they get knocked out cold, but this person ended up doing something, terrible to someone that you love.
Yeah.
Knocking them out just cold.
Of course.
Easy,
Shit.
And I'm not seeing. I was texting to send it because I guess this isn't the show to be like keep smashing on people who are trying to.
It's always different, but if somebody messes with your family, man, and like you're done, buddy. That's it. You know what I mean? Like you want to hurt.
Bobby,
you want to remember.
Just so I know, though, this is now you on the left. That's your father next to you.
Yeah, my sister Paula, and then my sister Melanie at the end. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other picture I have, though, was the one that you were protected was of your sister Melanie, right? No, the one that Dean was in love with.
Oh, Paula, my sister Paula. Paula's older. Paula's older. The one beside my father. Yeah.
Okay, so the one beside your father, though, is the one that I have, though, the picture, though, with two like longer. I got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing being a street kid because you develop habits and. Sometimes you should think before you react. I learned all that to start using this, though, right? Because if you don't, there were so many kids senseless beatings, like I said, I witnessed a lot of violence, just being a street kid,
Yeah.
Because when, especially fighting when you're a kid, you're hopped up on something, number one. Number two, your friends ain't helping. Get them. And while you're giving them, they're going, yeah, like egging you on to do more. I seen some terrible beatings, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying you're love, but I see there's one guy around here that, Dylan, I don't know if he's still there, but we seen a real bad, eyeball fell out from a punch, shit like that, and fucking.
Yeah, I seen that too, man.
Yeah. Yeah, there's around where I live a lot of tough son of a bitches street fighting.
I even bit a guy's nose off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Same
he
guy
was a big guy, so I just jumped on him and took him down, man. I was picking his flesh out of my teeth for days after that because he called my girl a slut because she had a mini skirt on and all that. He was with three guys. It was me and her. Right, I just went at him, just instinct, fuck you, right, but he was a big guy, right? So I just, took him down. Even though I did that, I was getting kicked I didn't come out of there unscathed, but I didn't care. That's my woman. You know what I mean? Right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, it seems though, Bobby, though, like you have a lot of remorse.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. The shit I just, it's,
and that's why, when I watch people though out there in the mob channels, talking, a lot of them don't want to either stay tough or say.
That's why they all die of stomach cancer or something, man.
Or state the truth. Like that Johnny A. Light, for example, though, he admits though that he has PTSD. Well,
obviously I did too.
I think a lot of them do, but they just don't want to admit because
because you're alone all the time, and that's a sign of weakness. So when somebody just say you're a powerful guy and you're running a show, you punch out a few guys, all of a sudden 5-6 years go by and you want to change, you're not into it, and then that's where they get you. You know what I mean? That's the karma. You know what I'm saying? Look at the karma when that kid came up to me, wondering what happened to his father. That story. I could have had it that day, right? You don't do this stuff and it doesn't come back and get you. And it usually gets you when you're vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how it works, man. You can be smart and clever and get away, but most of those guys,
the worst it happens to.
Because in that life, there's treachery. You know what I mean? There's power-hungry people. People will smile at your face, shake your hand, but meanwhile they're plotting behind your back to take you out. You know what I mean? I've seen that a few times.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Especially though, in the gang world too, and even in business world, or what the fuck, but in gang world, absolutely.
I'll tell you, they held it against a friend of mine for shedding some tears at his mother's funeral. They said, "Oh, that's weak," you know what I mean? And they took him out.
What do you mean they took him out?
Took him out
because he cried at his mother's funeral.
Yep, that's how sick they are, bud. He says he was a leader of them, and then he shed some tears on his mother. That's weak. They thought that because us guys ran, it was embarrassing to them, so they got rid of him. Not right away, but eventually, right? That's why.
Yeah. And you want to know the people that got rid of him, though? I'm sure though they cried on. They have their moments over.
They're so. I'll tell you that people are so phony. When it comes to real life things, especially with your kids and your family and that, right? A lot of them beat their wives, or I never laid a pinky, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Online, I know more guys that got more class in their pinky finger than
slicing someone's throat for crying at your mother at the mother's funeral.
Yeah,
that's something, man.
Yeah, and look at that mobster. He was was it The Sopranos? He was a homosexual or he's a swinger or something. They killed him for that.
Oh, yeah, Vito.
Or was that a New Jersey guy? I can't remember.
Vito. Yeah. It was weird, though, because when you said that, though, because Johnny Sack, when he cried at The Sopranos, he goes, Phil Leotardo goes, my
at his wedding, at his daughter's wedding. And then the cops are taking him away.
That's my estimation of Johnny Saccomoni as a man just plummeted because he was crying at the wedding, because then they had to take him back to fictional show.
And that's an accurate, that's accurate, man. I saw it with my own eyes. His mother, a lot of kids without a father are naturally close to their mother. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, and especially, and what was I going to say, though? There's people out there, some of the worst killers in the world, though. I guess I think it's more maybe a machismo thing, though, around the guys or whatever, and they have to do this to do that. But I bet you it bothers them, because I know for a fact, and I have it in memoirs written by him. Think of a guy like Whitey Bulger. He was screaming in the middle of the night in prison, haunted by the fucking murders.
Yeah, those guys become, the older you get, you become paranoid, and you kill guys for next to nothing. thinking.
Yeah, but it bothered him. If it bothered him, and he was a psycho, you know.
Yeah, like look, somebody says, "Oh, I seen one of your guys downtown by the courthouse." Oh, he's got to die now. He's ratting. I caught him at like, you know, they don't even ask the guy. You know what I mean?
That happened to Sally Bugs, actually. He actually went inside, though, to go, which is like a normal thing. And for question, but you're supposed to call in and let him know, hey, I'm going in, though. The feds want to see me. He just forgot to call in, and then boom, he got killed.
Yeah. Maybe maybe some guys did call in, but they're saying, you know what? No, here, because there's so much power plays. Like example, right? Just say I call you, but you got it in for me. And you know what's going to happen if you, right? He won't tell the boss. He'll let the rumor go.
Oh yeah, because there's people trying to move up and and move up and move up and move up and yeah. That's why I even said, like, with the mindset that I have, like, if I just so happen though to be like in the life though like that, I would just every day I would just be like, are you trying to kill me? I'm never sitting in the front seat. Like I'd be too paranoid. I would just think that people would.
But all those mob guys, you know, they die of cancer because they live in constant fear. You think about they can get whacked at any time, any day. You know what I mean? That's how treacherous that the LCN down in New York became. Right? They were killing each other for power plays.
Most of the murders were they commit within their own
family.
They
were even faking murders to get their people in. You know what I mean? Like not even guys that put in work, like just so they have to make money. Like you know what I mean? Or if they owed a guy some money, you know what I mean? They'd rather kill him than pay him. Like I mean.
Yeah, but like you're right though. In the LCN, more people, like it was the internal conflicts within their own family.
Yeah,
going back to Gotti, like. Going back to Gotti, he had more, but most of the people that though he had killed were Gambino's part of his family. Then you had the Colombo War, which
exactly.
the war.
Look at that war, man! Like wow, like
everyone talks about that war though. But what about the Boston? Without no offense though, but I'm just saying any war is bad. But the Irish War, and the Mullins and
that was vicious, man.
Yeah. That made the Colombo War look like a game of patty cake.
Yeah. What was his name? Pat Mead or something?
Pat Mead.
Yeah. He was something. He was a dangerous guy. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was at his house. A year and a half ago.
Wow, ain't cool, man. Yeah.
No, I had dinner though with him though, and he was like big IRA connection, and that clip though that I had though right there. I was shocked though when I found that out though that Bolger out of everyone though, that's who Bolger liked the most and respected the most in the end was Patney.
Yeah. Like for me now, this is why I wrote the book. I didn't write it for me. I wrote it for my Dean's kids. So if the book does well, I think it will. But just something for them, knowing who their father was. Like they've asked me questions, and you know what I mean. But like they want to know. Right? So I got their permission. Like I said, okay, I'll write our story. And so that's why I did it. If they would have said no or sister, then I would not have done it. Right? Right.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
Because like my sisters, they don't really know me because I go down and visit like hardly. Like they don't come up here and visit me. Like we lost that bond so early at age. You know what I mean? We never bonded back. Like we love each other. Like we're in a company, but that bond isn't there. Like you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
It's gone, forever, right?
Yeah, I could tell them. I mean, like I interview a lot of people, I watch a lot of people on YouTube, and your story is, I mean, a lot. And I could tell that in fact, I mean, you're affected by it,
Like even back in those days, if you went to jail, you were the shame of the family. Like that's how it was there.
You're even affected by some of the things though that you've done though. Like
man. Because it all means nothing. All my friends are dead. They're all dead except for 2. They're all dead, man.
Yeah,
they're all dead.
Yeah, and also too though, like some people though, they might jump on and see a a clip of you like telling a story and you're laughing because you're thinking of you and Dean next to each other though. But in the grand scheme of it all, it's not fucking, it's not
because
cool.
when we were kids, it was fun, and plus we don't know any better, but it was just fun. Like when me and him did something, like here's another story. We're running away from another cop chase on foot, and so I'm like maybe 2 feet behind me. He goes, I thought you black guys can run fast. He said, because he was. Meanwhile, like we get caught where it's, we're gone, right? And like he was just like that. But
from everything, man, that you told me though about him though, like like I feel like I mean I always tell you I wish I was able to meet the guy though, but like
man.
I wish though that I was able though to meet him though.
If I introduce you to him, he would treat you like he treats me. Like he was just genuine. Like if you're in his home, he treat you like a king, not Rodney King. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, treat you like an actual though king though. And he's
genuine, man.
And and I didn't realize like the status that you guys were at like at first, like when you were reaching out, and because a lot of people they want to come on the show, and like people are they say they did certain things, this or that though, but man, what you fucking been through and what you guys
for my age, I was bigger than most kids my age too, right? You know what I mean, right? And like I was getting into the beer store when I was like 15 years old, but you know what I mean. So, I had a mustache, right? Because I worked out a lot. I had, you know what I mean, right? I had tattoos by then too, right?
Yeah.
Another genuine guy, like the way he treated us,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like how I had that channel on though from the Canadian, like you know what I mean, like everything that you were saying, like totally like checks out. Like Bobby, like remember when you used to like you would jump on and like just talk? I thought like you were just like I was involved though, like like I know some guys from the docks who were involved with some crime and stuff though, but like you were like when it comes to the level of like if you want to put a level of where you're. Like, I mean, I mean, your book, everything I'm not saying, that's great. All the stuff that, I'm not glorifying it though, but you kind of make some of these guys look like a fucking game of patty cake, to be honest with you. I mean, even until you got up to by the time you were 18, all the stuff that you already did is just nuts.
And also I was fueled by all the shit and not having a home, not having any parents, like that really fueled me, especially with my father. Like I'm his only son, and only been to 2 of my hockey games, or maybe 3. I don't know, but there was no interest. And then when we ended up in London, we were in the way, right?
Yeah, and then the one story that sticks with me too, like even when you explained it, when you were like when she wouldn't though. When she locked the door on you though, and like your chain though was at negative 60-some degrees, and you had to rip it off your skin. Like the way that you explained the story, you're such a good storyteller. Like you take it back, like it's almost like I feel like I'm right there next to you, like you reliving it because you could tell that you're going back in time when you're telling it. You're like that cold, man, and like just the way
It was, man. I was shaking so bad, man. Like, you know what I mean? When she didn't when I had to go and camp out at the school behind garbage bins, you know what I mean?
And wait, real quick, why did you and what was the reason again though for you doing that though to him?
He pushed my mother out of his truck. They were fighting over me, and and I guess my mom was defending me, or who knows? And then he opened the door and kicked her out. And she ended up in the hospital for 3 days.
Oh, no shit. So
and then she didn't tell me right until we're home, but she was like all her arms were all road burned and scabs in her face, and see your mom like that, you know what I mean, right? He's done. It was just a natural. He's done. You know what I mean? Like I don't care. You know what I mean? A kid sees his mother like that. I don't care how old you are. You're gonna at least stand up to her. You're gonna, you know what I mean? But me, I was already doing this shit so young, you know what I mean? So
and then then you blast him, and then you leave, and then you try to get back, and then the doors are locked, and then
yeah, after I caved his face in, he phoned the police, and then he phoned my mother, obviously, because my mother didn't know I was going over there, you know, and so he probably gave her an ultimatum, like, you know, either he goes or I'm gone, you know, right? And my mother he had my mother under so much control, you know what I mean, right? You know, it's like, like, you know, and plus too, she relied. When my father left with that other woman, that broke her heart. My mom had breakdowns, 7 suicide attempts. Like, I mean, she wasn't a stable person. Like, you know what I mean? Either, and he exploited her. Like, you know, she was always in fear of another man leaving. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm just thinking that she must have had constant fear of kissing his ass all the time. And once in a while, she got fed up with it. And then when she did speak up, she was you know, put down for it. You know what I mean? Right. Because when I first got there, even though I was partying with him, doing dope and acid and all that stuff, right? I knew he was a goof. You know what I mean? You know, right away, I knew he was a goof. But I was just going along. You know what I mean? Right? So, right.
And then you just thought you're protecting her, doing the right thing after what he did to
I
her.
I thought there would have been a parade when I got no, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I defended. I was proud of myself. I defended my mother. You know what I mean? Right? You know, and especially after when she took off, and I forgave her for that. You know, just going out, I just missed her like death. Like, I don't care. I'll tell you, you love your mother, man. Like, you know, right? But when she locked the door on me, that for me, that snapped me, man. Like, you know, especially freezing like that. Like, you know, I was so fucking sorry. I was so mad and angry. I was on fire. But, you know, I was on. Plus, I was hurt. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you know,
I was really, like, I was deflated. Like, just freezing. It didn't matter if I died because I was so deflated. I'll never forget that. You know,
you didn't know where to go. Like, you know, what do you do? You know,
yeah, survive. You know,
you did. I mean,
but I remember that night, man, because that was a long night. You know what I mean? Like 5 minutes seems like an hour when you're freezing like that. Like, even though I had more like warm clothes on, right? Because I've heard, you know, I go like I can't wear a snowsuit over there and do what I do to him, right? So I dress just warm enough, you know, right, to tune him up, right? But then when I come back, right, it's warmth. Like, he didn't live all that far either. He lived maybe about 10-minute walk.
Well, what was the temperature, Al?
Minus 69.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry. I arrived in Edmonton my first day. It was minus 69. It was the coldest temperature I think they had in years in that wintertime. So it was in the 70, minus 75, minus 74.
Yeah, we're not talking about like just 0 degree, like 2 degree. Like, that's like,
yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right? So, like I was cold just going over there, but you know what I mean. But I was so incensed what he did to my mother, and so you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Like, and don't feel bad, Bobby, when you're telling these stories. If you say fuck, don't feel bad. Just, you know.
Well, I don't want anything. I don't know the rules of YouTube.
The rules is that I might get a yellow limited thing or not get, or it might not be monetized, but I don't care. I don't do this for money. I don't make money on here. So like, I don't care.
Yeah, but still, I'll watch my P's and Q's just in case.
No,
you know,
I know, but I mean, you know, you just, I mean, I appreciate you respecting that, but I mean, my mouth's terrible too. You know, I talk like, you know, drunken sailor, but
yeah. Well, this brings it out, right? Like in my life, I rarely swear anyways now, right? Like, I used to swear to sound tough before when I was a kid. You know?
Yeah.
But I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 60 years old almost. You know?
Oh, there's a guy. You know what, Bobby, man? Oh, well, you're in Canada. You're not allowed in the States. I was going to say, man, B. Luke has a show that
Oh yeah, I seen his show. Yeah.
They went shout out to B. Luke, talking to Bobby out from Bobby Bright from Canada. Man, check out though the episode, the Hard Life of Bobby Bright. It's in the video section. That's part 1. Now we're just doing a live, and he's going into you know, in the 90s telling some stories. And it's already 11:20. We'll be wrapping up. We're going to be doing a part 2 on it too, though, man. But I mean, Bobby, I just and you know, we're real. I mean, we talk every day now. Like, you know, like we're great friends. I'm coming out there, and we're gonna have a blast. And
you know it.
that meant a lot, man. What you said to me today. Like, I'm not gonna repeat it though, but what you wrote though, like I was like, wow, really, man? Like, you know, because
I don't say stuff. When I say it, I mean it from my heart.
No, I really, and I was like, wow, especially because I know what he meant to you, and like just like what you said, I was just like, Jesus, like that meant the world, man. So, you know, and that's why I have you come on anytime. Doors always open for you.
I give credit where credit is due. Like when somebody does something, that I make sure they're acknowledged for it. I'm like that. So.
No. I hear you. I just I'm like fascinated the fact though that like remember like probably about a year ago, 8 months ago, when like you remember you would come in like on some lives and talk and stuff. I never had any idea though that you were involved to the degree that you were involved with.
Well, yeah.
Like
well,
you know,
this
like,
is hard. I never been in the spotlight like this. You know, like you know.
Well, spotlight. I mean, my channel. I don't got a big channel. Like
you know what I mean. Like just telling.
Yeah.
You know, I always been a private now, but my motive is for my brother's children. You know what I mean, right? Like
yeah.
And just by the reaction that then it's going to be good, right? So I'm gonna start working on that more and get it. Like I was told it's better to self-publish. Is that true or?
I mean, I don't know about and you got to watch the ask though too, because you know, don't ask an author know that question either. Ask someone know that that just no. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Because
I'll find out. I'm very resourceful. I'll find out.
I'm not telling you not to ask an author that, but I'm saying though, like I just noticed in this even documentary type game, in this book game, whatever there's money though could be involved. People will just steer you the wrong way or whatever. You really got to watch. You know, a lot of people warned me in the beginning when I was doing the Whitey thing, and I was just, no, I know what I'm doing. And, you know, I fell on my face because, but I didn't though, because, I still got it rocking though. But, shit, man, like after like what you like, I mean, I never interviewed anyone though. Like, did I ever interview anyone that did like the stuff though that and that just doesn't mean I'm not trying to say you're a bad person or anything, but to that degree, I had no idea because I'm from America, and then all these people are coming on like, oh my god, like from Canada, like writing in like saying like Bobby Bright, like well, oh my god, like you have a name on Dean, and like you know, and like you know, you guys are like you know,
we're people guys. We weren't all you know like you know we're a close knit group also East End Toronto too, and
I love when you say East End because that's my neighborhood. I don't know if you saw when I got my hair cut when I walked out. I'm like East End because that's the area I live in. Where I'm from.
Well, every East End in every city is shit. You know.
That's where the Crays are from. East End in the UK.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, East End, man. Yeah, but no, I'm just like wow. I'm just in awe. Like look at all the work you do. Like just when I seen the video we did and all the editing and some, I'm like, holy, like, wow, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I want to do justice though by you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, I mean, you're giving me your time. You're giving me your time.
Yeah, and well, you too, man. Like I mean, it works both ways, man. So, like I said, I like people to know that I acknowledge them, and that's what I you know, I'll tell it like it is.
No, absolutely, man.
You know what I mean?
You should, you know,
thank you. Like, you know,
yeah,
this is awesome. You know, this is awesome. You know, like,
yeah, no, Dan, I love having you on like that. Like, anytime that the door's open, like even tonight. Wait, what did you wrote? I think you wrote something to me though that you're like, you know, you've been busting your ass. You were at Buffalino's last night, and you had to get that though done. You did this or that. Take a break. And I just wrote back. I'm like, all right, so I'm going to send the live. So we're going to do a live tonight.
Yeah. I said, okay. Right.
Well,
And
these StreamYards
for
aren't
you
expensive
doing that,
anymore, man.
for you
These
doing
StreamYards
that,
are
I
expensive.
put behind
Gotta
all
get
my
it.
what I was telling you what happened, right? So, so
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like I don't mind, I love doing this. I took a break from it though for a little bit though, and
well, you had to,
yeah, and it's this I just love. I don't care if I have four followers or whatever. Like with like the fact that people, like I say like and subscribe, but even if they don't, I'm still grateful because they still gave their time. That's enough for me.
I'm like that too. Man. It's just when somebody gives you your time, man, it's it.
And I feel terrible. I'm not going to bring something back up, but I talked to a real good dude today who, like I told you about it though, like he was, I could say this. He was a biker guy, but he was legit, like, legit. And, we did something and a while back and I just feel real fucking terrible about it. And because it was my own stupidity. And then I thought though that the video though was up and it wasn't. And I just feel stupid and whatever.
Don't give yourself up, man. Anybody that knows you knows that your heart is always in the right place.
No. He was, he had a great conversation. That like he told me like, and he's a serious guy, and he told me straight up like what he told me, like because I felt bad. I told because I made no excuse. I told him straight up like what. I did, and he respected that, and because I wasn't trying to be like, oh, well, no, is this? I said, yeah, no, I go, it's my fault, strictly, definitely my fault, because people gave me their time, and then I take down a bunch of videos like an idiot. That's
you're only human, man. That's it.
No, I know, but I just that stuck with me, and it's really like I used to just because I'm so impulsive from I'm just an impulsive person, but now like I'm starting to like really like be like instead of like during that time when I was taking down videos, all that stuff, like I'm mad at myself, like why wasn't I thinking about the people that gave me the time to come on. And but I was looking at it like nobody though, even though I only get like 90 views or who cares? That's 90 people. That's 90 people. Like that's put 90 people in the room. That's a lot, So
90 people you wouldn't get if you weren't on, So
yeah, and a lot of people though, and it just it's like having you on's great though, man. Like the Canada crowd's great because like I don't consider myself in the mob genre. It's hey Brian, what's up? Brian was on last night for the funny show. But this whole thing that's going on though in the mob tube genre, and like the only thing that I'm going to say is no man will ever tell me what I can and can't do. And the bottom line though is and you're as real as it gets when it comes though to living though that life. Like I if I interview someone in the mob world who fucking and I did. I interviewed someone once who cooperated in the mob world twice now because I had Gene Borello on. Who gives a fuck? But I'm considered a rat because I interviewed them, and I'm not a gangster, but I'm a rat now because I don't play those games. And even the person who says that, like I'm not afraid of them. Like like if you want to,
but it's about the history and the knowledge that we wouldn't know. Like and it's not about. I find that stuff childish. You know what I mean? They do it to get to.
And that's coming from you.
Yeah.
Right. And you never cooperate or anything like that.
No, I have been ratted on twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so.
I know, but it's just it baffles me, and then that's why like this show is I still am going to do the true crime, but I want to do like show about like trying to help. Like I'm not a fanboy. Like I don't try like a fanboy of certain individuals
because you're about the history. What it's supposed to be about.
That's it.
That's why I'm on here. Like when I follow channels, I'm about the history stuff. You know what I mean, right? Like
you can't, or like you can't talk to him because he interviewed someone who cooperated. What? Like what that logic is fucking like
It's you know what for guys that've been in there, they should know better than that. You know what I mean? Like we're not out here in prison now. You know, we're out in the outside world. You're an interviewer, a podcaster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're about the history, and that's it. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean? Right?
No,
They just do that. They just do that stuff to get, views and.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing right now, and a lot of people don't like bad. He gets bad comments, but he doesn't give a fuck. Gene Borello, and my one friend Ryan Carmody, he's a very smart businessman, and he goes the way he broke down how that genre works. Right. He's right. Yeah. He's like, because you got to start something on this to get the drama to get going to get the numbers for the drama. Yeah. But whenever I have a drama episode, and maybe the numbers will flourish, but afterwards I'm like, man, like that's not what I want to do. Yeah. Like,
I was about to finger point,
start calling people rats. Why am I going to call someone a rat? When if I wasn't put to that test, who am I to fucking call anybody? Whatever the fuck. I was an addict. I was a very bad, vicious addict who almost lost his life.
This is about knowledge. It's about history. Like how you're fascinated with Canada, I'm fascinated about America, right? So that's all. I didn't come on here to start trouble or you know what I mean. Especially with the guy that's having guests on and putting the time in and do what you do, thumbnails.
Well, no. I'm just saying though that exactly. But I'm saying though that's like that's where like I just don't want to be labeled in that genre. Like you know what I'm saying.
Well, I'm sorry somebody did that to you, man.
No, don't be sorry. I'm not a victim. I'm just
I know, but
stupid.
Sometimes
it's stupid logic.
Yeah,
it's stupid logic. Don't be sorry. Sorry, whatever. It's just it's ridiculous. So then my favorite author. My favorite author, T.J. English. So think of this. He wrote the book Hell's Angels. He wrote the bodies where the bodies were buried from Whitey Bulger. So I guess then that means in their minds, then he's a rat then. Like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'll say that it doesn't make sense. And common sense rules, you know what I mean? Like, but I think from what you're saying, I think it's all about the ratings for some people. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But when certain people though scream like they're
like drama, it's like a soap opera, like
No, you're not wrong. But when certain people say they're just all about like integrity and this, they're not. And that's the part though where I'm like, it's just like it's a lot of people get you learn a lot when you do this for. I learned a lot in the past 3 years.
Can I tell you a story when I talked to the guy that ratted on me?
Yeah,
this is what I'm all about. We were kids when he did it, right? When you're living that life, that's what you sign up for. It's not just the cops you gotta watch out for. It's people you do shit in front of, people that you talk, and people that you insult. Like, you know what I mean, right? You insult somebody, embarrass them. They remember. If they hear something about you, and that's a monopoly, get out of jail free card. You know what I mean? Like, right? So, but I told him, I won't say anything, but I said, listen, man, you were a kid. I was a kid. You got set up, and then I know when they got you down there in the station, and because back when I was growing up, it was shameful to be in jail, like a family thing. Like when you remember your family was in jail,
but he signed up.
It reflected on the parents, right? It was like that, right? So, like when you get older, you think of that. So I put on my head. I said, no hard feelings, man. If it wasn't you, it would have been on. I would have ended up in there anyway on my own. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of time.
That's a lot for you to say that because you're actually you were a gangster and lived it, and for you to say that.
That's part of the game. Tell me one guy that doesn't do all this and doesn't end up in there or dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
No, but it's funny though that you say that though about someone that actually did, but I don't
need to hate anybody anymore. You know what I mean? I don't want to, man.
It's unhealthy. Hate. Yeah.
No, it ain't. Hate, where does it get you? Where does it get you?
Too much.
I lived a whole life for hating my parents, and it didn't do me anything. Look at all the chaos it caused. You know what I mean? Look at all the rotten shit I saw. You know what I mean? Like, where's the benefit in that? There's zero benefit in that.
Exactly.
Zero benefit.
And it's just that hate. If you're hating someone, it just causes stress. It's an emotion that
it's a waste of time. Hating somebody.
Yeah.
Go and talk to it. Like, that's what I mean. We have to start learning how to communicate. Instead of put your ego in check and start communicating. Have a nice dialogue. Say, okay, I would this and that, and then it takes 5 minutes at a table. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Like with me and the wife used to fight. We're not like we just go sit at the table, like because I respected her, she respected me, and it was all over in 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. No, I hear you. And I'm just saying though, like you're talking about someone that, did you dirty at that time, and you're able to, that's
well, that's embedded.
That's a different league though, compared to like someone that's just interviewing someone who cooperated, and then the interviewer then is
in every neighborhood. I'm sure you're embedded with it. You don't think on nobody. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I know that. But what I'm saying though is in this genre though, that there's people though that are out there that think though that if you interview someone who cooperated because you're just getting a story, then that means that you're
to me that makes no logic or sense at all to me.
And I will say this too, like and I'm not trying to be a tough guy or anything like that, but like I'm gonna say this for one final time. One final time. I'm going to say it one final time. The people that are, that come on the chat and say that they're going to break my face and they're going to do this or that behind the computer and this and all that, stop doing that and then come and just come and see me, because I where I'm at. Everyone knows my name. Come and see me, because they look stupid. They're behind the computer doing it. Come and see me. Yeah. It's as simple as that. Don't do it.
Here they are ratting on themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just and then I remember one guy was on one time in the chat, and he's like, because my buddy Joe Buffalino was in the chat, and my one buddy Joe, and someone goes, oh, now the Buffalinos now know though that you're though a rat though because you interviewed Anthony Aralotta. And then, like, right in the comment section, they write, no, like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they thought it's ridiculous because, first off, if anyone knows the real mob and what it was really supposed to be about, like citizens and civilians and stuff like that, like, they're,
exactly, man. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, but everyone clicks up and they get all fanboyish and they get all it's just weird. I just don't understand it.
It doesn't make sense to me logically to.
No, I wasn't involved in a criminal organization. Okay. I was an addict and a fucking bad one. And I, paid for what I'd done. And now I'm over 3 years and I'm trying to be a better fucking person. And that's what I'm doing. I'm not perfect. I make fucking mistakes. Believe me. I'm not fucking perfect. I'm not perfect, but I'm not going to be, these clicked up people that are going to fucking try and call my phone. Oh yeah, call my phone nonstop and fucking hanging up, call my phone or texting me and saying all like this shit. Like they vicariously live through YouTube. It's like I have a life, like I do other fucking things and stuff like that. And I don't play that like meaning that like I don't care who you were or what you ran. It doesn't impress me. I just because why? Because you see them on TV or someone's name because they're from this. I'm not impressed until I meet someone and I judge them by merit, by my personal meeting with them.
Yeah.
Like when I just told like when I went to Pat Nee's house, like for example, I was like, before I went to his house, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. I'm going to Pat Nee's house. I go in his house. I sat down. Sat down. But he was a gentleman. He just sat there and was just sitting there talking to him. And like he was telling stories about, the old days and this and that. And you're able to talk to him and this and that. So that's why I think that, that guy's, not because, oh my God, it's Pat Nee, from Boston. Yes, he's considered, but I judge him by, the person that he was, and he was a gentleman. and and as simple as that. And but I mean, he was, he was a real one. And and then from now, the guy who was in prison with Whitey, from what I'm finding out, and from the memoirs, I just, it's, I get new shit about people have no idea. They think that first project that I was doing, I have a lot of fucking shit though, a lot of info, a lot of, a lot of people don't know that whole full story though yet either about him. And, they're gonna still know too. And, I never would think that though, because those two though, I thought they hated each other though. But I was shocked though when I found out though that Bulger, that's who we respected the most and liked the most was Pat Mead. But it's, what it was, because they were at cahoots with each other, and before Whitey and Stevie and all that stuff, like Pat was winning in the war, and then they settled their differences. But Whitey respected Pat because Pat actually though was one that wasn't afraid.
Common sense. Nobody's making any money now, boys. We're in this.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're us going at it. Nobody's. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. But it's just though. But going back to what I was saying before, we all put our pants. We all wake up and put our pants on the same way every day. Yeah, every man is whatever. But there's just I don't know. First off, it's a money thing. Gene broke it down perfectly. The whole drama thing. It's like, okay, now you beef with this person to beef with that person to make money.
Yeah, it sounds like it because people want to see it, right? It's entertainment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you said you've seen it. I haven't done a show in months, and all of a sudden I'm walking out of the post office, and I get a phone call. And it's Gene Brown, from on Instagram, and Gucci was talking to him, and then he's like, "Hey, I'm going to come on your show." And then I didn't even advertise it; I put it on live. Next thing you know, boom! It's over 6,000 views now. Now, and I don't get a lot of views. So I mean, people. But then I have another episode with a gentleman named Kevin Wilson talking about addiction and that something that could save your life that only has 100 and some views. So it just goes to show you though, where people they love that drama. They love it.
And that's unfortunate, man.
And I'm not gonna change my channel and change my ways I'm not gonna do drama.
Neither am I, man. I try to keep my life balanced, and it's a waste of time to go around hating and you know what I mean? It's just a waste. It's a waste. We only got one life. We got one life down here, man. And if I waste time, man, I get mad at myself for wasting time. I always want to be productive, and I surround myself now with people that are positive people. And
that's all I talk to is this positive. I talk to literally now 3-4 people, and you and Joe are 2 of them. You know what I mean? And
if I go to a certain place down in the East End and all those guys are there, all I'm going to hear is the same old crap I've been hearing. It's not fun anymore. It's over. Everybody's gone. They're dead for what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For what? Money?
What's up, Boston Irish 58? Loomis, what's happening, my man? He just said staged fights for sure. Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. It's
not Ronnie. You didn't change it. That's not Ronnie Blue Eyes, is it?
Yeah. To me, that's common sense. What Boston Irish said. See, there's a logical man. There's a logical man right there. It's common sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and this man here though too, man, the show though that he does, he's just straight up, and you could tell how I was telling you, when you're telling your story, you could just see your body language and how you could tell what he does is it's extraordinary. He's trying to help others, preach out a positive message, and he does. You've seen his show, who I'm talking about, and that's the stuff that I love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, real stuff, real life
and
stuff.
Listen, talk about of course, you're going to talk about stories that happen to me. I mean, you haven't. You were talking about laughing with Dean and stuff like that, but then it's just it's like when you go to the beginning of the movie of Goodfellas or Casino. oh yeah, life's all great and stuff, but then go to the endo of casino.
Yeah, it goes like this, man.
What happens?
Yeah. And we all lose at the end, man. You know, in that life, there's no winners, man. Like, I don't care how big your house is. That's not successful because they don't have peace. A peace of mind is worth. Well, you can't put a price tag on a peace of mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I was when I was in my addiction to hardness, when I was in the hospital during COVID, I was like, I would, if I had over $1 million, I would pay it just for peace of mind and for that to be away. Like, that 100%, I would absolutely right there in that moment. I was like, with a hole in my leg the size of freaking a softball, 3 surgeries in 5 freaking days because I'm an idiot. And, but I can't erase that happened. And all you could do is move forward and, try to help the next man know.
Well, that's what I do. I try to spread knowledge. I'm into so many subjects and topics and like history, like what you know what I mean? That's what I do now, right? If you don't have knowledge, then
I love history. Yeah, and the thing is too, though, is I got involved though first though with like I wanted to get involved though with the mob genre because I was watching a lot of stuff and I would be like, no, like that's not what happened. That's not what happened. And I'd leave a comment, but I didn't have the when you're an addict, you don't have any confidence to go on a camera.
Yeah.
I remember when I was an addict, I would actually see like a Facebook memory come up of me being on like, at when I did this show before I relapsed over the COVID period. And I was like, oh my God, I actually fucking did that. Like I was embarrassed for myself. I remember I was telling my ex-fiance, I was like, I did that. Like, what the fuck? Like you just lose, like you're a shell of yourself, your whole soul. Like you're just, but
exactly when I slipped, I don't know how many times, man. Like it's at first it doesn't take much to slip because you're so used to that first boost, and then you can get shit done. I used to do it just so I can get shit done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
But I'm talking though, like it sucks your soul though so far away though, like when you after you slip it. And then I tell people this too, like a lot of people I've seen this happen to in the AA type world, where and it's not the institution of AA and its fault, but people be like, for example, they have a coin system that I'm sure you know about.
Yeah.
So if someone has like 2 years clean, right? And then that one night though, they have booze. And I don't like how AA teaches you like, oh, but then you feel all guilty though when you have that cup of, they call it.
I don't like that guilt process either. Yeah.
Meaning that, so, okay, you're going to tell them then all those, the 2 years before that though, did they lose all that though time?
Well, that's why everything's
if they don't get back up on the horse, okay, yes, you could lose that time. My point is though, get back. Okay, get back up on that fucking horse.
Yeah,
realize you fucked up that night and move forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't go back though. They don't be telling these people when they go back into the rooms. Start from the beginning all over though. Again, they'll buy. Okay, yeah, maybe you got to start in the beginning because if you slipped, you're obviously still have stuff that you have to work on. But that time, I mean, listen to get sober, man. For me, I couldn't. I remember. I was so afraid to fall asleep if I didn't have nothing for the next day because I knew what was going to happen when I fell asleep. I was like, I was so scared of getting sick.
That was the first thing I thought of. Like the day, first thing in the morning, I had to score or I was friggin' useless. You know what I mean? Right? Like constantly anxiety,
No, it's horrendous. It's terrible. And then, you're so like, you get so scared of it. Like I'll sneeze once and I'm like, oh my God, no. And then the 3 sneeze thing, I remember that, or the yawn or whatever. And I'm like, oh man. And then I used to always like play in my mind, like, well, I did this on that. And then I skipped 2 days and then I had a Suboxone and then, so I should be all right and all that. It was just, and then pawn like my music gear and stuff like that back in those days. I was just like, I couldn't even imagine doing that. Like, so I don't know. It's just a vicious cycle. But anyone though out there though that thinks though that like, oh, I can't get out of it or whatever, like, you definitely can. You definitely can.
Yeah.
And they're feared up even like to go into treatment or whatever. Like some people are like, they think that's an embarrassment. No, the embarrassing thing is to still stay out there ripping and running. You should be fucking. I remember I used to be so afraid to tell whether it was the woman I was with at the time, tell my family, but every single time that I actually told them, they were so relieved and happy because they fucking know. They're not stupid. Like we think like we're fooling them.
I know we think we're so clever and everything, right?
Yeah, when I'm running to the bathroom every fucking goddamn,
I know. I went through the same silliness of thinking I was.
I just don't want people thinking though that I don't want anyone thinking that if they fucking like if you slip, that doesn't mean though that you don't say to yourself, "Oh, I fucking slipped, so I lost all that time. I might as well just keep getting." No,
you didn't lose that time, man.
No,
just,
if you keep going, then but get back up on the horse, and so you know what I mean. But don't use that excuse to either. See, it's weird because an addict's mind is weird, as you know. It'll be like, oh, well, I could just do it though one time, whatever. But my point being is that if someone does slip, and they fucking get right back up on the horse, I just don't think that they should be ridiculed though at all for that.
No, they shouldn't be guilted or anything. Man.
Yeah,
if anything, just for being honest about it should be enough. And nobody knows it better than the person that slipped. So
exactly,
you don't have to be told, really.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's why I think the best thing is if you talk to the right people. The 12 steps, don't get me wrong. They're great. I think they're just great for everyone. Like even if you're not even an addict, like just principles of how to live. But what I'm saying though is, if you are honest with yourself, honest with others, and you put others like do unto others as to do unto yourself.
You have to. You got to go back and reprogram yourself, your thought process, everything, man. Right?
It's a whole process. People think they could just go and get out, boom, gone,
no, it's
done.
not like that. It's not like
I'm
that
gonna
at
get
all.
an oil change, and then I'll be fine.
I had to change every way I saw things. There were things I thought, and you know what I mean? Because I was a hyper guy. I was like ready to dance at a drop of a dime, like forever. Now I use this now. You know what I mean? I don't curse, swear, yell, scream. You know what I mean? Right? Somebody's a dickhead, I'll walk away. You know what I mean? Unless he gets in my box, then I don't know. I still have that. But
I mean, that's always
you can't help it, man. If somebody gets in your square, they coming up there. I don't know. Right? But I try not to get myself go to places where that could happen. I try not to create it, like, you know what I mean, right? So
exactly, and you don't go though looking for where it could possibly happen or whatever though. But you put that behind you, and now you're trying to move forward and be a better person. Because if you just that was my problem, is that I would always be just so embarrassed. I'd be like, the only thing that would make me feel better is by getting high though again, and then all you're doing is making it even more embarrassing, because then that day then you're doing something that's just making it more embarrassing, and then the next day you wake up, you're like, okay, and then that was my thing. Like every time I kept looking back, but then it's not easy. It's a not easy thing to get. People think I'm just gonna go and get the detox, get out this and that, and for me, I had to you have to change. You have to just
you have to. And it takes a lot of work. And it takes a lot of willpower, and
the best thing to invest in is yourself, because you can't ever invest in a piece of property if you don't invest in yourself.
And you can't worry what people think too. Like I could care less what people think.
I used to always put that. I used to read old Facebook posts, even when I was using, going, I don't give a fuck what people fucking think. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did at the time. I'm saying. Yeah, I did.
Well, we all did. I like I said, I because of my ego and pride, even though I'm trying to do something good for myself, they lure you break back. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. And ego, pride.
Yeah. You know what I mean, right? So
all of it, and then the infamous every time though, I'm sure you can relate. You get high and you know, because you feel good up. This is the last time. Tomorrow, done. Definitely, you know, I'm not doing it again. That never worked. Yeah, you know, there are people that I know that were able to just, you know, not go anywhere and toughed it out. And, you know, that you could do that. That's great. But you got to at least, you know, it's okay to talk. And like, you know, people think you got to be like, you know, just hard and like, I always said, see, when I was growing up, I used to think that the true tough guy was the guy that was just knocking people out in the bar, like, or whatever. No, the true tough guy is that's the insecure guy. The true tough guy is the one that could actually open up about what his problems are and fucking, or because if you let all that shit, it's like a relationship with a woman, right? If you say to your girl, hey, what's wrong? And I'm sure we all got this, nothing. And we're like, yeah, right. Something's definitely wrong. And she doesn't, and you guys don't, you know, you never handle that. Then next thing, resentment. Then eventually it's just all just going to blow. And it's same thing, you know?
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly.
Same thing.
Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. He's, you know, but what's going on with that's too bad. I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense. You know, like your friend said, right away, it's common sense. You know what I mean? He said it right away when he came on. You know what I mean? It stayed like WWF or something. You know?
Oh yeah, you know, Boston Irish. Don't take it wrong. If it's not Ronnie Blue Eyes, Boston Irish 58. But you are 100% correct. And I fucking love.
He just came on and just heard a few words about what we're talking about, and logic, you know, kicked in. You know, logic. You know.
Well, I know for a fact though that it's staged though. It's a money grab.
Yeah.
And then the people that watch though they think it's real, and then like the fanboys start though yelling though, oh well, you're a rat, because you interviewed someone. Like, no, I wanted to find out about a situation or a story, so I did a story on someone. So I'm a rat when I go and I fucking.
We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know the inner stuff if there wasn't. Like, I mean, like I'm not condoning what anybody does, but for me and you, we're history. I'm a history fanatic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, but for you to say that though,
I'm fascinated with the American, with America Cosa Nostra. You know what I mean? Just like it. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. But for you to say that though is even like wow, because you've been, you know, cooperated on and you lived that life and you never cooperated. And so like, wow, yeah, you know, you know, you know what, though, and I'm not telling you that you should be angry, but I mean, they
like I said, all that hatred I had for him, it went out the window years ago. I need to move. You know what I mean? Right?
But you're right with your health. Like, is it gonna? It did happen. Is that really though gonna? If you're just stewing it constantly, is that gonna be?
If it wasn't that, I would have ended up in there anyways. Look at the shit I was doing. You know, like you know what I mean? Like it was just a matter of that like's a matter of time. Whether you lose your life or you sit there and rot in some fucking shithole with a bunch. You know what I mean? Rats crawling on you and shit like you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm shocked to hear you say that because I never heard anyone say that before who's been cooperated on.
Yeah, well, it's just because that life is senseless, anyways. Nobody. It's not about having the biggest house in the car. That's just material shit, man. It's about peace of mind, and you know what I mean. Period. You know, peace of mind and priceless.
Peace of mind is that's I you know what I used to always say to my buddies too, like I'm like, because I'm like how you were saying, you're always like this, like I'm like, when you get sober, I'm like, are you able to even sit down like and watch a movie? Like I couldn't sit down and even like watch a movie or like anything without something in me. I would always, I'd have panic attacks if I didn't have something in me. Like, you know, and it was just you know,
I used to pace all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, and they're all like,
I still do that when I talk to people on the phone. Like, it's still a thing. Like if I'm on the phone, like it's like I'm getting better at it. I try to keep myself grounded, but like I'll still walk like this, like when I'm on the phone, back and forth through the whole entire office, back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm
Yeah,
just
exactly.
naturally like, that
Yeah.
hyper type. I was just naturally like that though.
Well,
But my
me
thing though
too.
was,
My
God,
anxiety came up. That's part of the karma. You know what I mean? Like here I am, getting high on the same stuff that I was giving everybody else. You know what I mean? Like there's
yeah,
karma for you. You know what I mean? Right?
yeah. I mean,
So everything I condone about somebody being weak because they couldn't handle this stuff, here I am. You know what I mean? Right? So that's why I was a master at hiding it, because I didn't want anybody to know. Then I would look like you know what I mean? Right? I was so
yeah.
worried about that. You know what I mean? So I became a
Well,
master manipulator to my family, and right? Because I
well,
was afraid if
what
anybody found out.
what you said about the guy crying, though, at his mother's though wake, and then they slit his
Yeah.
throat. That's that's just ridiculous, and it also like, so I could see that the world you were
But,
living in, if they would
yeah.
obviously
But I was just giving an example of how paranoid guys do from using this. They start losing their senses. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's just too. It's just.
And these days are different though. Different. Like when I was in high school, like I was that guy who used to go to party, Bobby. There'd be like something purple, like line, like on the freaking what do you call it, vanity, and I was the type of guy who go, then go, what was that? So like, thank God I was around. I was doing what I was doing then, because now with that fentanyl shit that's out there now and stuff like that,
It's crazy. Like I was
so,
telling you, they get kids to do all the pressing. Like you can rent an apartment like anywhere, and it's a lab. It's a field pressing place. Like you know what I mean, right?
and what do you think it is though?
When I saw kids, they're getting up soon. They got their knapsack on, backpack, and then they're going over to some older guy that's exploiting them to press his shit for him and bag it up and like, what the fuck's wrong with this world, man?
Well, no, but what I meant by just saying, like, what do you think it is, like, meaning, like, with the fit? Because I mean, it just kills people. So, like, usually with your clientele, like, you want to sell good stuff. Like, well, me, like, when I sold cocaine, I always wanted to be good stuff, and that was for a very brief period. I was no big time whatever. I don't act like I was a big time, but not at all. I don't play like I don't come on here because I had like a mob type channel and say I was a mobster, because I'm not. I'm just saying.
When you're in business, sure you want good product, right? But now you're dealing with something that people are ignorant to, fentanyl. Like you know what I mean?
There's no street code knowing that. Like if I find out someone selling it on the corner there, like I'll smash them.
You get different strands. You get different strands of that stuff, and some is powerful than others. And then here you are pressing the good stuff, and then you go to a club and you're giving them out to your friends, and all of a sudden you got 5-6 people laying dead. Like that's happened so many times here in this city. Like
and buying stuff even off the street, back when I was in high school, I was able to buy, if I wanted a Xanax or something, off the street because it was really a Xanax.
Oh, yeah.
But now there's could be fentanyl in it.
Yeah,
and now
exactly.
If it's not from the pharmacy or anything like that, don't go near.
Well, it's counterfeit, right? They don't put it in. It is fentanyl. Period. It might have the letter of whatever drug you're.
No, that's what I'm saying. It'll look just like a football, it'll look just like a Xanny bar, but it's not, and like I'm trying to figure out though, like why meaning from the distributors, like why are they doing that? Because it's just killing people.
I know it's cheap to make. It's like the doogie. You know what I mean? You can make $10,000 or $50,000 off an ounce. Like, you know what I mean, right? You can cut it so many times. You know what I mean? You can cut a gram up 4 different times. Like let's say a gram's $400. You can make probably $2,000 off 1 gram.
What are you talking about though? Which
heroin? Yeah.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
Right.
Is that what they call it there in Canada, doogie?
Well, yeah, some people do.
Was Canada more black tar or is Canada powder?
Well, we had our phase with the black tar, but then it went to the brown Mexican, then the China white, right?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because black tar though, I'd never even seen that though. Like around here, that was always over like West Coast type stuff.
Yeah, right.
You know, but it's I was just wondering though, that. But and then like I don't know, man. It's I just don't understand the fentanyl thing. I really don't. Like meaning that like the person's obviously going to know it's not Xanax because, and especially though if they don't even have an opiate tolerance and you're doing fentanyl,
Well,
you're
this is
you're
the
done.
thing, like
You're done.
like the CIA taught the Mexicans how to grow poppy fields. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and like it, the hypocrisy and the corruption in both our governments.
Yeah.
Like they're the ones really behind it. You know what I mean? And gangs are the proxies. For them. So they have someone to blame and make it look like they're hard on crime and all that stupid phony shit. Meanwhile, they're like, you don't give guys 100 years in your country. You know what I mean? Right. Meanwhile, they're the root of it. Right. You know what I mean? They're the root of it.
Yeah. Like, and because they so much of it though gets over here and there's definitely got to be.
I'm a longshoreman. Right. And I know all the tricks how to like stay a container or hiding it on a ship. I know all the spots, man. And so do the cops. So I mean, how is all that quantity really getting over here? Like consistently without a dry spell. The only time there's a dry spell if the country they're getting for it is in a war or something. Then they gotta find first they were getting it from Turkey. Then it went to like you know what I mean? The Turkey pepper. Then they're getting it off the French. And then after that, then the Sicilians took it over. Like I mean, but if you look at it politically, there was trouble, in their country, like in World War II, right? You know what I mean, right? So those pipelines got done, right? That's the only time there's a shortage of it, if there's a war or something like that. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, well, except Vietnam though. That's though when the Blue Magic and all that stuff that was coming over and all the crews.
Well, that was another one. They conquered all the countries, the Golden Triangle, that grow the poppy and you know what I mean, make it.
That's
like
what.
Why were they in Afghanistan for 25 years, guarding the poppy fields? What's that?
You know what I mean? Yeah, I know, but you can't. You can't even like find heroin now. You can't even find heroin now. Maybe some people could, few far between. Fentanyl is what like when you go to, we used to call them tickets or stamps. Now it's the fentanyl with Trank in them in Kensington.
You can't even tell the difference now if you're getting fentanyl or heroin. So you know what I mean. So.
Yeah, but now it's I mean, I'm only over 3 years now. So it was very hard to find heroin. It was very hard. And I knew I was getting fentanyl, but I just didn't care at the time because I was just so far gone at the time. Like I knew.
Yeah, it's everywhere, man. Like I said, they can counterfeit it like that with pills and powder. They can say it's heroin or whatever they want. It's just, but it's wow. All the death. It's.
Yeah, like my father told me, man, and this is, I know I say it almost every podcast, but he's 75 years old. I'm 43 years old, and he's like, I've been to double or triple more wakes and funerals than he's been to. So what does that tell you? You know what I mean? Like it's sad, man. It's sad.
Yeah.
Lost my best friend in the world, who was basically a brother to me. My brother Dave, like how Dean was to you.
Yeah,
that's how Dave was to me, and that was just brutal. And then I ended up though just getting after so many people. So not that I don't grieve for them, but I was just getting numb.
Yeah, like when I'm telling the stories, I'm thinking he's right beside me. That's why I laugh, because he was such a jokester. Like I told you a few stories, or like we're up against it, and he's got something smart to say.
Yeah.
Goes back to prison after he escapes in a limousine.
That's the funniest though. Yeah, folks, this guy Dean. Dean, I said.
And then when he escapes, I'm watching Cops on TV, right, with my girlfriend at the time. The SWAT team's at the door, and then they come in, and then he happens to call me at the same time.
But I mean, he escaped from prison though, and then he went back 2 weeks later in a limo. I mean, that's. Right,
yeah. And believe me, we had the time of our life, man.
stuntman Dean Kopkov killed, double slaying on Eve on sentencing for drug offenses. So how much that was? So before though he got killed, and I know it's very touchy. I get that, but when how many more days or was it months was he going back in for
It was
sentencing?
2 days. He was gone. 2 days. Yeah.
2 days.
When, if we do this again, I'll get into it. I'll tell exactly what went down with this.
Well, no, we are doing it. This is a live. We still got to do the part 2, but this is just the live. That's I'm going to release a video of.
Yeah.
We're doing it now. We're just talking, and
okay. See, I'm new to all this, right? I'm new.
No. I mean, I just said like tonight, let's just go live and just like do it like loose, like and just have shoot the shit. But I mean, we ended up though talking though about we did get down to some real serious stuff, and it's a great episode. And if anyone out there in the chat, is if any questions about Canadian crime, any questions about anything, let us know. If you haven't though seen this part 2 of the live Bobby Bright though, the hard life though, but part 1 I showed a clip from part 1. Here's a clip though from part 1.
We're having a steak party for the Simco chapter, Hell's Angels, and then Dean shows up. All of a sudden his face drops, and he he's not saying it quite. He says, I'm going to shoot that guy tonight. I'm going to get him, right? Dean was banging one of the girls he used to. It's not his fault. Like, I mean, like, excuse me, who's your boyfriend? So he was actually going to try to shoot Dean. He said it. And then, then you can just tell all these sneaky little moves. One guy passing it, and I'm telling another guy, hey, it's on, man. It's fucking on, right? So we go to the trainer and we just come out and we just started blasting him. That was it. Unfortunately, he's in a wheelchair to this day. Nobody died from it, but we made our point. He crawled his way out of the boxing club, and then he made it out to the street, and he made it upstairs, and he was banging on people's door. He happened to bang on a friend of ours' door, and she phoned, there's a guy bleeding, asking for help, the ambulance and all this stuff. So we went over, and it was him. So he got shot again. I'm not going to say by who or not, but he's in a wheelchair he's like a paraplegic now and everything.
See, and
because when we came out, everybody just hit the floor, you know what I mean, right? You should have seen it afterwards. You couldn't even see in there because of all the smoke, right? The gun smoke, right? But yeah, man, wow, just like that, man. Like the way he came in and he seen Dean, it's just senseless shit. That's all senseless shit, and somebody's got, you know what I mean? I bet he's kicking himself in the ass for doing that. You know what I mean, right?
Canada's wild though, man. Because that, like I said, over here, and I know most of the people that watch are from the States. I have some people watch from the UK, but over here, that whole entire gun violence type era of the mob, after Rico, then the 90s, it was still 2013 was just completely done by then. Not completely done. I mean, there's still gangbang going on. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying
I heard something. They say that they don't shoot nobody anymore.
The mob, the way how they just what they do. What I heard is it's a shelf thing, and it's you're just not recognized anymore, and it's more of that's how they do it, because bodies bring too much heat and all that type of stuff.
Exactly.
But you guys didn't change a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Canada,
well,
bodies are still
like I said, it's all about revenue and newspapers. The media and the police and the government all work together, right? So it's all about revenue. So
everyone thought it was Rico though for here, but you have the gangsterism law, and you still have 25 to life though that you have to do for murder and stuff. But that didn't slow you guys down.
Yeah, but here it's about revenue. They go on they care, and they come up with these ridiculous. They use I mean, knives kill more people than guns. You know what I mean? Why? Where's the knives laws? There ain't none, right? So they use that to make it look like they're doing something, but deep down it's all about revenue, man.
Are you saying knives kill more people than guns over there where you're at?
Yeah, no,
That's a
it's
very
a fact.
intimate,
Probably
that's a
in your
very
country.
intimate. That's very intimate compared to shooting someone.
And plus, people kill people. Not the gun. Like, okay, the gun does it, but people kill people.
I know. My point though being is like, if you're shooting some, I'm not saying killing someone's easy or whatever. I've absolutely never done it. I'm saying, but with a knife, you're right there, face that's intimate. Like that's a different game than like what is Brad Pitt saying? He's like, I like to kill him softly from a distance. You know what I mean? As opposed to
there's a lot of domestic stabbings, or like you name it, man. Everywhere you go, a restaurant.
Well, no, I know, but your mob though still is though do a mob, but there's still mob hits out there.
It's
down there.
After the war. For me growing up, like around it was like every 20 years there was a power shift, right? Because when Frank Catroni was running everything for 20 years, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden the Sicilians just kept building and building quiet. And then when they're ready to make their move, and then they took them over like that, right? You know what I mean? Now what's happening back to the Sicilians in Montreal. Here in Toronto, it's all up in Greta. They're Sicilians, but it's all Negretta now. Like they infiltrated after the Musitanos. They're all gone. They all got killed, right? There was a power vacuum, and they just infiltrated, right? So, but you don't see these guys are sharp too. Are like they're very low, old school, low profile. You know what I mean? They have
where everyone has a camera though, like in the world like that though. That's what still boggles my mind though.
But they infiltrate like banks. They infiltrate corporations like banks, casinos. You name it. They got a hand in there. Like here, car dealerships. Like they got their hands everywhere.
It's just like I said. I was always fascinated though with the fact that it didn't even like slow down a niche over there.
No, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse, man. They're blowing. They're using bombs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, whoa, like Montreal, and that's where it's at. Like our like Crafty One. That's what he covers, man. And every day there's a bomb or a multiple shooting or like something down there, man. Like but the reason why they don't make new laws like RICO or anything is because it creates revenue. You know what I mean? Right? So, and that's it. They can fool you. They care about the citizen. Tell me when's the last time governments are not cared about its citizens? Please. They don't. Right? So this all under the guise of our own safety. So they make themselves look like they're doing something, but
no, exactly.
It's like they could end poverty tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, absolutely, though. And they help other others here. They help other countries.
It's all about this, right? Our prison system's a lot different than your corporations owners, so they got to keep them filled. You know what I mean? And there's kickbacks. Like who's watching them? Like to house an inmate, they might say maybe it's 3,000. They're going to say it's 8,000. You know what I mean? Like, and they all, it's just so corrupt. Everything.
How long has this family though been done for now?
His son, his youngest son that was a lawyer is now in charge, and he doesn't seem to be well schooled in a lot of stuff, right? He's still, once you had that power, it's hard to let it go, right? Like he made some stupid moves, right? In my opinion, anyways, right? But they're not as strong as they once were. It's their leadership, and all the guys that were with his father are all broken off, and they're all against him too. So it's just a shit show down there, man. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Vito had a lot of American connections though, like with the Bananos and all that stuff.
It's all gone now, right? It's all gone, man.
And Banano though is notorious though with Canada, from all the way from Carmine Galante to Joe Banano days to bringing in that pipeline though from there. And Galante had the heroin with all that stuff coming in.
Yeah, see, Montreal, if the Bananos over where I am, like closer to Hamilton and Buffalo, like in this, you know, up to the 80s or something, it was the Gambinos, you know what I mean, and some Genovese, right? But Gambinos is mostly the power over the border from Buffalo, New York, right? It's the Gambinos, right? Well, it used to be. Now it's I don't know. Like I said, there's nobody around. That's why I'm saying that Negreta's there was a big power vacuum, right? So
Yeah, the most
that's just
shrewd.
my opinion. I don't know for sure, but that
Yeah.
logically that would make sense. You know what I mean? When there's a vacuum, boom, the next power, and you know what I mean? Like they're everywhere. These guys, worldwide. They're worldwide. Than Greta, right? Oh, Europe, you name it, they're there.
Oh yeah. Mikey Faz, who I had on, who goes over. I mean, he goes over to Italy every year and stuff like that. We did an episode called what the hell was it called? It was like the differences of, like, you know, the mafia and the Cosa Nostra, like the American mafia and them over there, and it's they're blowing up, like they blow up judges over there, they kill the goldfish. Besides, feel like everyone know, as opposed to where the LCN had rules, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Over there in the old country, they'll kill your mother, your father. Always first the sons. They'll get rid of them first. If somebody has a son, the son got to go because
of revenge.
Yeah, absolutely, right. You don't want some kid growing up. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, and a lot of them are living in a lot of them. Then when they go on the run too, they're in tunnels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they have a big underground where they stash their money. Like they were so sophisticated. You know what I mean? Like, especially now, right? You know, they know they're master manipulators at everything.
Oh, those tunnels, yeah, like they have like computer systems in down there and the whole nine.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, these guys are down there for fucking years.
Yeah,
I forget
exactly. That's why they can never find them. If anybody, they can't find them, right?
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's just it's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Crazy
but
world.
Here in Canada, in my opinion, from what I see, and you know, they don't want to stop it because it's all about this headlines. The media, the government, and they all work together. That's why there's a reporter, Johnny on the spot. Who's calling the reporter? Not a citizen. It's the cops telling them, hey, we're going to go raid these guys. Come on down. Put the cameras in their faces. You know what I mean? So there's a headline, like, you know what I mean? Right? So,
well, and the jails too and stuff like that. I mean, you know, right? Or how was your prison system? I mean,
well, we don't have the population because, when in my day, it was about rehabilitation. Like, you know what I mean? Now it's the same thing. If they let all these immigrants in, like, I'm not trying to sound racist, but there's hardly any white guys in there now. You know what I mean? So, right? Well,
I don't think you're sounding racist. I mean, you know.
No, but yeah, like before we were the minority. Now the white people are the minority. You know why? Because they put all those immigrants in shitholes in Ontario housing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Just like in America, how they started it. Like, what's his name? Ricky. Well, he was involved in the Iran-Contra with Bill Clinton and that, when they dropped, the CIA dropped all that product in all the neighborhoods, all the inner cities, and with the Latinos and black people. You know what I mean? That's where, you know what I mean? And
I know, I'm trying to talk about Ricky.
Highway Ricky or
Ricky Ross. Rick Ross.
Yeah, Ricky Ross. Yeah, like he explains it well, like what happened, right? You know, and that's the same here. So that's why they have immigrants here. It's a new crime wave. You know what I mean? So
that's that. Do you think that's why, like, they want that?
Yeah, you look at it every day. You know, like, why are you bringing all the? Where are you gonna house them? There ain't no jobs. The corporations sold out for the slave labor over in Africa or China, or like you know what I mean? Like, there's no industry. It's all technology now, and you got to go to school. You know what I mean, right? You know, like, these people that come up, they're not educated. 3/4 of them, like, you know. Right?
Yeah.
They all got the same name. They all got the same name. Like a lot of the Indian people sing, you know, Vijay Singh, or they all got the same last name. You know what I mean? Like, Come on, it's so obvious, man. You know, it's so obvious. You know, come on, if you really want to stop something, you'll stop it, just like they did with the RICO. You know what I mean? And just like poverty, they could end that tomorrow. Just our hockey team with the money they get, for get in poverty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, but showbiz is they said too, recession proof business is a show business, and you're and that's not, it's a line from The Sopranos, but it's
entertainment's the Roman circus, keeps us distracted from what they're doing behind the back, man. So.
And that'll never die though, and that's why though, like, to look at when a bunch of businesses though when COVID happened and stuff like that, then people started YouTube. I mean, that was smart. You know, I wish I started like right when that happened though. Like, it, came back on the scene a little bit later, but that was smart.
I knew that was a hoax from day one, because so many people have told us, like, they have that world plan. Remember that Rockefeller thing I seen? That's in the plan. He says, right? And that was done in the 50s. You know what I mean? 1954 was the first Bilderberger group meeting, right? That was the blueprint, right? And look, everything that's in there, you know what I mean? Then you got writers. You have so many people that wrote books, and you got William Cooper, ex-Navy intelligence officer, seen it right on his desk. He even showed it in his video. Here it is: Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. That's what it's called, right? And it's a war declaration on we the people, right? It's called Silent Weapons, Quiet Wars, right? That way we got all the chemtrails, vaccines, drugs. You know what I mean? It's just right. So people are saying, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist." Say, well, now they're not saying that now, because like, I just didn't think it. People have been telling it. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Since after that meeting, right? So.
Well, yeah, and then it was like, that whole COVID thing was crazy. I mean, crazy.
Well, it was all the fear, get the numbers up, and fear works, man. And the illness was in the vaccines. Like, I was just today looking at it that Pfizer even admits it now, that they were. We're sorry, we didn't do proper safety. Like, you're sorry?
Well, first off, how could you come up with a vaccine that quick? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there's so many anomalies that way, right? But just the way they get off the hook, oh, we're sorry. 2 billion people, from that, man. People are still doing, flopping over dead, or what they call dice on me. But look at those. Remember those nose swabs and all that, right?
Yeah.
You can swab an orange and it come back positive. They were a fraud too. See, everything was predicated on PCR machines, and PCR machines from the Nobel Prize winner, the guy who invented it, said they weren't designed to separate and diagnose infectious diseases. Right? He called Fauci out on that in the 80s when Fauci created the AIDS virus. First, they put the AIDS virus in the Tylenol and aspirin. You know what I mean? Right? And then when they got caught doing that, right, then they put it in the measles, or some kind of measles, right? So it was all in the vaccines, man. It wasn't a sexual transmitted disease. But he even pricked his finger, right? He pricked his finger with the blood with another person, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, right? The definition of a virus is exposure to a foreign antibody, so something your body has never been accustomed to, right? And these are these vaccines. You know what I mean?
I never heard
that's
that.
That's why they spray it at mosquitoes. That's why they make these new water ponds in neighborhoods to attract mosquitoes when they're infected. So you know what I mean? Lyme disease comes from that. You know what I mean? From bugs, right? So, like, they want to depopulate the world.
Well, I was gonna say is population control, yeah.
They say there's too many of us, right? We're 7 billion people. They want it down to 550 million or something like that.
I know. What if they change it? Do you ever think that they're going to change the dollar to where they're in control?
No, I don't think so. Not with Trump kicking ass like that. You know what I mean, right? Like,
well, he won't be here forever, though. Yeah, but I'm saying in time. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
but they have other weapons. Look at those death towers where they're using frequency microwaving people's brains and said, like when you're seeing people flopping over just like that, like the doctor explained it, how that works. Like I got all kinds of stuff. She's a amazing researcher. She's got the documented proof. She's got the patent numbers and everything, man. Like, you know what I mean? It's stopthecrime.net, Dr. Deborah Tavares. You want to find out anything about anything, man, she's got it with documented proof. Like, you know what I mean? So there's no conspiracy, theory and she's got it right there, black and white.
and she'll get hit by a bus sometime next week, probably. You know, all whistleblowers or,
Yeah.
That's usually what happens though. But man, no, this was great though, Bobby. And we could do wait, what do we got? What's tomorrow? Friday. I'm saying for the pre-record. I'll talk to backstage though about that. And folks, if you're still, but this was what we see. What we're at 4 hours and a half. Holy Christ!
Yeah,
you're killing the averaging over 4 hour. Yeah,
right on.
Get into it, man. But no, this was great, man. This was great, and thanks to all the new subscribers from Canada and stuff though came over and
Canada.
Yeah, man. When
Canada,
I saw that though, like the main the Canada crime station, and they were like, you were on like I told you, you don't know because so many people there's this one guy called everyone calls him Sean Wick, who says he was like in the winter like Kill Gang, and it's laughable. So like these podcasts don't vet people or do stuff like that, and I had a lot of people though that would just say, "Oh yeah, I did this, I did that though, and did this." So you never really know and stuff like that. And when you were first coming on, I was like, okay, I don't know. I thought maybe you did some petty crime or whatever, but Jesus Christ, Bob, a very interesting story, man. And I'm so sorry about your buddy Dean.
Yeah, me too, man.
No, R.I.P. to Dean and your other buddy. Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because but so sorry about that. And yeah, absolutely. So, folks, subscribe up, and we will be back. What do I have coming up? Let me see if I have any of the thumbnails up. No, but interview though with Joe Buffalino is on the official Buffalino family page, and check that out. And just type in the Buffalino family, give it a follow, and 6-part series, exclusive interview dropping. And then I have some other stuff though that will be dropping as well though during the week. I have a lot of stuff though that's this week I've been doing a lot of stuff and just archiving it, and then you could just schedule it out. You know what I mean? But subscribe up to the channel if you want to. If not, or like, and if not, that's okay, because you already gave us your time for watching, so I appreciate it. And I got to get like a closing theme song out.
Well, think of one.
Well, no, I always did. I just didn't do one yet for the Loomis show, though.
I like Into the Void, man. That video
well, you can't. You can't. Well, you can't though use.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Because you get copyright.
Yeah, I don't know about this stuff, bud. So it's all new to me. Right?
You so if that interview that you watched though over on the Buffalino page, that's me though. I'm doing the music for that though. So I'm going to start just putting the music down to everything though, because then they can't copyright me, and I write original stuff too, so they can't copyright it. So
okay. Yeah. I'm going to have to talk to you about that stuff when I start mine, because I want to do stuff like other stuff, because I have lots of knowledge about lots of stuff, lots of subjects, right? That
and that's why you should do a YouTube channel. And before I put it up though for people to
I remember I tried to go on live, and they said I didn't have enough subscribers or something. I don't know. I'm like, what?
You don't need it, but no, you didn't do. You don't have enough subscribers. First off, everyone thinks it's about subscribers. No, it's about look at me. I have almost 6,000 subscribers, and it's about views and view time and stuff like that.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not subscribers.
Yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable on the rules.
Well, business wise,
and the censorship. You know what I mean?
Well, censored. What we were just talking about would probably get censored, and well, maybe not now because it's due. But
well, if you're talking about something that they say on TV and you say something something different, like I always say, they call it disinformation. I call it, the truth doesn't mind being questioned, but lies do. You know what I mean? So, this is another way to look at it. Because people use that word, disinformation, like they parrot everything on TV, but really it's the truth. You know what I mean, right?
Well, yeah, and the one news station says one thing, the other one says they're supposed to have a responsibility though to tell us the truth.
But what they're telling, if it's true, why should they worry about what anybody says or thinks?
Listen, the podcasting is killing
pushing a narrative. They're pushing an agenda on it, so anybody that goes there, they hush them up. They're arresting people.
People aren't stupid here anymore, Bobby. And
I know the awakening has happened.
Podcasting is beating like those stations and those news networks and like Joe Rogan and that was a big deal for the election.
Yeah, I don't even turn on. I don't have cable, or I don't even turn on the TV anymore, man.
This is what I always said. I was thinking this though. Start like something though, like where you can make I wanted to make like little commercials for businesses. And you think of this. Do you look at the newspaper still?
No, it's still, to me, it's all propaganda here, but it's all liberal crap still.
Yeah. But my point being is exactly. So the TV screen, some people still watch TV, but everyone though looks at this a lot daily.
Yeah.
So
this
I'm telling you, this is where it's at though now. And I'm telling you, podcasting's taken over.
Yeah. It gets people want to tell because that's the only problem they can go on and tell the truth. Like people tell, well, nobody times I hear, well, I didn't hear that on CNN, so it ain't true. You know what I mean? Right?
Well,
I think I did a video with the microphone, and in a suit.
Check some of your sources though, because some kids could be in the basement though with the tinfoil hats on though. You got to check some sources though on some things.
Yeah. But still, man, that's free speech. So.
No, I mean, but
people are intelligent enough to. When you hear the truth, you know it. You know what I mean, right? Most of the time.
Depending on the subject, yeah.
But if you have knowledge beforehand, like I have, like me and you do history, and we read books, and and it's been said and told so many times. You know what I mean?
No, amen. That
when you know, right?
Mob Rats 1, great stream. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Dave, as all, you're still here, buddy. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. See, that's what I mean. Like I'm at the point.
I love you guys are like a small family. I like that. I remember when I first come on here, I said that. We're loyal guys. Right on, guys.
And friends though too. Like Dave will text me. He always ask me how my old man's doing, and just
that's good to have, man. Like you don't need a whole army of friends. It's just small circle, but
that's what I'd rather. You know what I mean?
Good for you, man. Good for you, bro.
Boston Irish 58. Thank you very much for popping in, my man. Brian G. Thank you very much. Last night was a funny one. I started showing a little bit of it though in the beginning, but it was.
Oh, I got it, man. You reeled them right in, man. You was like, you were that, and then you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess no. I guess I'm surprised that I didn't hear anything though about that though. But the guy's like the QVC of that genre, and for the record, I was not putting down her. But the guy on the show, like. You should have heard him, and he's like, I go, so how much does it cost? Because I called him at 3:00 in the morning while I was doing the live, and like the people watching are like, he's not going to answer, so he didn't answer the first time. I called him a second time, he answered, and
I was like, dude, how do you you just watch yesterday's? It's called
I will.
what do they
I
call
will.
it? Anything goes. And about like we're not even halfway through, about an hour in, you'll see. It's funny.
Okay.
B.
All right,
Luke,
but
if
I'm gonna go. I'm starving. I gotta make some food
Go.
and stuff. And
Bobby. All right, my man. I will talk to you tomorrow, brother.
okay, brother, man. Thank you
Thanks
again.
for, thanks for your time and thanks for doing this, my man.
Right on. Take care, gentlemen, ladies. Yep. Okay, brother. Thank you. Yep.
You got it, man. Mr. Bobby is man. B. Luke, thanks for popping in. Great channel right there. Dave again. I'm actually going to up though words. NYC. A lot of you probably know if you're not those to hear whatever. I'm still thanking you though for being here. Rafas, what is up, my man? I appreciate you very much. YouTube user Crafty's the one who introduced me to your channel. I've been following your channel since Dinky Book of Work. Shout out to Bobby too. YouTube user, thank you very much. Amanda, 3 a.m. here. Now it's way later. We've been on for a while. My man Micah Mary, what is going on? The Terminator. I found you from Crafty's channel. Thank you, Crafty. Crafty, that's the Canadian which I played before. Check out that channel. He's all the way up on top of the comments. Bobby, is the mob still alive and well in Canada? Mike, yes, Mike absolutely is. He's not a killer. No, that's what we were talking about. Bronson from the UK. No, and he's still in jail. Will Bobby be getting in the 90s this episode? Yes, he did. I'm going upward. I'm just thanking people. Dave Lopez again, Amanda, Mike, Rob Eyes, Annette, thank you very much. Roy Anderson, thank you. Appreciate you. Johnny, a Greek guy who played basketball at Eastern Commerce, Donlands, and Danforth. Oops. Dean, did you go to school at Eastern? I might have forgot to pull that one up. Sorry, Roy. If you see this later on or if you're still out there, I apologize. And wait, did Bobby or Dean's kids want to follow? Oh, yeah, we've got to that. I make sure I don't care how many that we get them all. Dylan, thank you. Tracy, thank you. Frank, so happy you made it out of surgery well, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I can't believe it's like almost 5 hours. And all of you gave the time. Appreciate yous. New member. Thank you, William. Appreciate you. Crafty One. There it is right there. This is the station, guys. Crafty One, Canadian Underworld News. Check that out. That's definitely a good one. All right. With that, I am out. You guys have a great night. And please subscribe. And we'll see you next time on The Loomis Show. Good night.